Hey, I got Sharon sent over the slide. I was just trying to, you know.
I brought you.
Well, how very nice. Well, thank you, sir.
The least I can do. I didn't realize. Yeah. So just a couple of sandwiches.
Well, thank
for
you.
Oh, the food
Looks
is
delicious.
fun. It is delicious. So you can eat it whenever you want.
All right, thank
It
you.
was just like, I gotta bring one of these back. They're just way too good. I didn't realize they're opening up a school. 60 kids school in the museum next year.
Fantastic.
In the museum. We're gonna add more kids every year, so it's another.
Is it
one.
going to be a Grand Rapids Public School?
I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
With this whole idea of, water as a theme. You just got to stand out of the way. And you're seeing the difficulty as we speak, all this stuff down, all this stuff. We're not all micro.
I don't believe so, no. Here, I can just turn this on.
there'll be relatively, relatively. Right, because I left when you were about ready to make this that. So I started parsing. And we got a team very try to keep my mind on how slow this
What is that? Okay, people, let's find our way in here, please. See what we've got out in the hall. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Shake them up, Jane. Go to the highways and the byways and call in the lost and the lonely.
I'll put this in. It'll be a camera.
It's going fine so far. Did you get all the instructions on that?
Speaking slow.
Yeah,
Look out
you'll be
slides.
fine with that.
Look
Good.
out slides. Just
Take what time you need. Take what time you need. Okay, folks, let's get started, please. We can get you back in. Let me start this afternoon session with just a thought. And I say this because it's been something that's been very much on my mind lately as I look at the world and the way the world is and the challenges that we have in the world today. And I see that for the most part, we continue doing the same things we've always done in the ways we've always done them, right? And it should be no surprise we get the same results. So I've made a part of my vocabulary the term disruptive innovation. disruptors. We've got to look for disruptors. And I think this is a group that understands that better than most. That if we're going to make significant change in the world, whether it's around climate change or issues of war and peace, we're going to have to find new, different ways. We're going to have to disrupt the ways that we've always done it and find new innovations, new approaches, new processes in order to take us to the level we need to be. So you may not expect to hear that from a mayor talking about disrupting things. I mean, we're supposed to keep things, going on a steady pace, right? No, we got to disrupt them. We got to change the way we do things in the world. And so I'm going to, one of my disruptive innovations when I took office was to bring on staff a sustainability director. We were talking about sustainability, but it was sort of a shared responsibility of everybody and therefore the responsibility of nobody. And so we said we have to find somebody that will take this as their primary job. Ferris Building is our Director of Sustainability and Energy in Grand Rapids. He manages our energy programs along with all of our sustainability initiatives, including our sustainability plan. Ferris is a native of Bosnia, immigrated to the United States, got his education at Grand Valley State University, recently completed his PhD work with Walden University. And we were fortunate to have him, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to Ferris for this next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here in Grand Rapids. I moved to Grand Rapids back in 2000. Actually, I was in Grand Rapids in 97 and 98 through the United States Information Agency Scholarship. Went to Grand Valley State University, went back to Bosnia, and then came back here with my whole family. And my mom, dad, and my two brothers were just visiting with me yesterday. So I was telling them that there's a whole group of folks from different countries here in Grand Rapids, and they were just talking how great this area is in terms of welcoming different people of different backgrounds and regardless of religion, nationalities, ethnicities. So I think it's a great opportunity to be able to share with you some of my favorite work with the city is really centered around sustainability and our next phase in sustainability planning, which really focuses on climate change and how we plan to address climate change in our sustainability planning through resiliency work. We have a team of city folks and the King County, as well as DGRI, which is Downtown Development Agency's rep, working on the Phase 2 Resiliency Grant application, which is a federal application for resiliency work that's due to Michigan Economic Development Corporation on Wednesday. So that's been consuming most of my time. We're going to be asking for a lot of infrastructure and other types of work and talking to different folks. It becomes evident that the climate change is really a very important, if not the most important issue that our communities are going to be facing. So with that in mind, I want to give you just a preview where we were, what the importance of planning in the city's work is, and what documents we use to plan our sustainability work, as well as our climate change response work. So with that in mind, I want to give you a little bit of a preview in terms of what I'm going to focus on, some of the definitions, sustainability plans, and triple bottom line, our energy goals and projects, effective partnerships, and then brag a little bit about all the good work and awards we got. I think Mayor loves that one the best. So I think it's fitting to start with the definition of the United Nations and the definition that deals with the issue of sustainability. It really looks at sustainability in the future tense, looking at the ability to continue providing development needs and meeting those development needs for future generations without impeding current generations' economic development needs. So it's really a triple bottom line focus. In my PhD work, I looked at that and I thought there's a really fitting way to look at sustainability as a set of effective and efficient actions taken by any organization or individuals, institutions, communities, however you want to define that, to ensure the economic stability, growth, financial success, and to ensure that there's the least negative environmental impact with the most positive societal income. I believe that it's a really good way of looking at it. It's a systemic, holistic approach to sustainability. So with our sustainability work being well underway for over 10 years, we're looking at climate change and what the climate change is going to bring to this community. So the focus is on resiliency. Resiliency looks at both mitigation and adaptation. Oftentimes, resiliency is confused with adaptation alone. I can tell you that resiliency planning takes into consideration both mitigating and adapting factors into planning in order to better prepare communities, to have better response to disasters, to have better ways to bounce back from difficult and disastrous situations, and to continue providing economic growth and sustainability to that community. So some of the work that we have in the city of Grand Rapids, we have a sustainability plan, and sustainability plan has been in place since 2005. It's really under Mayor Hartwell's leadership that we started the whole process of adopting sustainability plan. The first type of sustainability plan that we had back in 2005 was somewhat rudimentary in a sense that it didn't have specific targets or indicators that would guide decision-making or process in order to accomplish certain goals and objectives. But the new version that we adopted, the City of Grand Rapids Commission adopted back in 2009, is really looking at specific targets to deliver those outcomes. It's a multi-year adoptable document, and we're planning to have the next phase of our sustainability plan hopefully adopted yet this year for the next 5 years. The other thing I want to focus briefly at the end of this presentation is on our climate resiliency report that we did in partnership with our friends and partners from the West Michigan Environmental Action Council. I think it's an important document as it guides our climate change discussions around climate change, as well as it helps us deliver specific recommendations into our sustainability plan related to climate change risks. So if you have a chance, you probably had a little bit of maybe preview before, but we have a sustainablегr.org, and our website has an up-to-date sustainability plan as well as the sustainability plan progress report. So every year we issue an updated sustainability plan progress report, keeping in mind that we have over 200 targets, and those targets have specific outcome champions associated with those targets. So there are staff from 1,500 employees that we have in the city of Grand Rapids that are assigned to specific targets. I'm assigned all the energy targets, from energy efficiency, natural gas consumption, to renewable energy targets that we have. So I'm not only responsible for those targets, but I am responsible to delivering outcomes related to those targets in a way that's financially responsible and something that provides a great accountability to our residents and our businesses in the community. So this is the fourth year report that we had. As you can see, we have 98.3% of our sustainability targets have been met, completed, or are in progress. We only had 4 out of a total of 231 targets that have not made progress. That doesn't mean that they didn't make any progress, but they didn't make progress enough to qualify them as moving forward. So when you look at that, that's a pretty significant amount of targets being met in terms of 4-year progress, because sustainability really is not a timeline that you can look at 5 years, 10 years. It's a long-term process in itself. But I think what it does in terms of when you look at sustainability, when our organization is focused strictly on delivering these specific outcomes in sustainability plan, it really gives us a chance to drive those targets and to gives us responsibility to be really focused on triple bottom line. As a matter of fact, our new focus is no longer on triple bottom line. For the past 6 months, we adopted the quadruple bottom line approach to our sustainability planning. So the next phase of our sustainability plan will have an added element of governance under our what used to be a triple bottom line. Now it's going to be quadruple bottom line approach to sustainability planning. So the specific to I mentioned the energy in our sustainability plan, and specifically in our focus on sustainable energy targets. What we have is, for example, a specific energy efficiency target. I just want to give you a little bit of a perspective of how that works. So we have an annual consumption reduction target for natural gas. We also have an increased energy efficiency conservation for all city facilities. We also have an renewable energy target of 100% by 2020 for all the city buildings. It really is a challenge that the mayor issued to us back in 2007. We met it ahead of time in terms of the first iteration that we had, which was a 20% target by 2008. We met that target. We moved on to 100% by 2020. I believe that while it's not an easy target, it really challenges us to think creatively and innovatively, using innovative disruption to quote the mayor, and to look at energy as an opportunity to address our financial goals as well as to reduce our environmental footprint in the community, in the region, in the state, or in the nation. Under energy goals and projects, we've done some renewable energy projects. We have a rooftop solar at one of our water administration buildings. We also have a project that's going to be probably fully operational by no later than next year, September. It's a up to 3 megawatt large-scale solar development, solar farm, solar project, however you want to call it, at Butterworth Superfund site. Excuse me. That is a landfill site that's been capped, and we have to work closely with our Environmental Protection Agency representatives in order to make sure that we don't penetrate the cap in a way that's environmentally irresponsible. So that's one of the projects. We have geothermal fire stations. We're looking at additional work with Consumers Energy to basically promote the green energy purchase and to do some of the work with electric vehicle charging stations. We installed initially 9 electric vehicle charging stations around the city, especially downtown. And at first, when first few months, I was kind of concerned because we really didn't have anyone using those. But now, last time I checked, we had over 3,700 times they were used, and there's only 9 of them in downtown area. So we have our practical goals in terms of sustainability planning is really to keep track and report and make sure that we have a way to show progress in our sustainability plan. And even if there is no progress, and if there are those goals that we have set up or targets that we haven't met, we have to report them. It really goes hand in hand with our governance, or the fourth tool of sustainability we're planning to add, that aspect of transparency that you really can't put in there either under social, environmental, or economic goals or targets. Or it goes hand in hand with our community engagement, because we have a very positive feedback most of the time from our community in terms of our sustainability. Unless you read today's article about our solar project, then there may be not so positive some articles. Some comments. Articles are really good, but comments itself. Green power, we are currently at 27% in terms of our energy that comes from green sources. And again, those targets are going to be moving. We're going to be meeting those targets as we reduce our energy consumption. It becomes a lot easier for us to meet our renewable energy targets as well. So the more we reduce in energy consumption, the more we save. The more we save in energy, the more we can invest back into renewable energy projects. It's kind of nice way of looking at energy as a very positive way to address cost, if nothing else. This is an example of our electricity usage. As you can see from the benchmark here of fiscal year 2009 to the last fiscal year 2014 that we have data for, we were able to reduce our energy consumption by almost, I would say, around 8%, 9%. And we will actually, if you look at back to 2006, our energy consumption, electricity piece, has been reduced by 14%. So that's a strategic goal to address some of these, I would say, cost-associated issues that most organizations face as they pay higher cost in electricity price every year. We have seen an increase of 4 to 5 to 6% most recently in electric cost for all cities' operations. One way is to really meet our sustainability plans targets is really to work collaboratively and to probably institutionalize that idea of sustainability in the community. And once we started this process back in 2004, and that was before I joined the executive office and started working. I started working with the executive office in 2005, but it really started with Mayor Hartwell, Norman, a couple of other folks, and 5 organizations initially created this community stability partnership that now expanded into over 270 members, all around the idea of sharing best practices in sustainability. And what it does is really embeds this idea of sustainability in the community. We have, great partnerships here in the community with universities. As a matter of fact, my office has a partnership we had it for 6 years now, where working with Norman's office, we basically create opportunities for interns to do research, to work with me, work with with the executive office, with me and the rest of the team to really learn about the basics of sustainability, and it takes them to the next level as they look for a professional career in their future. And we had that very successful partnership, again, as I mentioned, for 6 years. Right now, I have 5 interns working in my office. It really helps me deliver outcomes for the city in terms of sustainability, energy, and the legislative work that I also manage for the city, both state and federal. So the next phase, how do we engage community at large? How do we engage businesses, not only through the community stability partnership, but we have a new way of looking at reducing energy consumption in commercial buildings using something called 2030 District. And basically in partnership with the Institute for Energy Innovation, with West Michigan Green Building Council and the West Michigan Sustainable Business Forum, we started this process of engaging commercial building owners in downtown and wider downtown area, outside downtown as well, to basically commit to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in their operations, to reducing water consumption in their operations, and to reduce, of course, electricity, natural gas, and all the other aspects that produce greenhouse gas emissions, but also to look at transportation and innovative transportation efforts. The 2030 district, this is the proposed map of our boundaries that are decided by the district participants. But as you can see, it's a pretty significant area that would be included in the 2030 district, mostly commercial building owners who would be committing to reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, electricity, and water consumption. But it also includes academic institutions. I know the Kendall College of Arts and Design is included right here, and others in this district that will be helping us overall to reduce the goal. GVSU is another partner, and many other institutions. So not just commercial, but commercial buildings itself, not commercial as in the sense of private sector alone. There are right now 10 districts around the US and one in Canada. In Toronto, we became an emerging district just a few months back. So we expect to be fully operationalized district and recognized as a 2030 district. By the end of this year, we have 3 different groups of teams, stakeholder groups, working on developing framework to meeting those specific targets of 2030 districts around. It really is I should really go back and describe that this started by Architecture 2030. It's a group that basically engages commercial building owners to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I think it's a big recognition for the city of Grand Rapids, for Grand Rapids area, for our community to be part of that group of cities such as Dallas, Denver, San Francisco, and others on this list that are recognized as 2030 district. The other way to, again, engaging commercial private sector is very important in meeting our sustainability plans and targets. But I also find that it's important, in addition to engaging academic institutions and universities that we have, and schools. We have a great partnership with Grand Rapids Public School as well. But engaging our nonprofit sector, groups like West Michigan Environmental Action Council, helped us develop a climate resiliency report. It's the first of its kind in the US. The Grand Rapids Climate Resiliency Report will help us guide our climate change discussions and build into our sustainability plan. Next phase of our sustainability plan will include some of these recommendations. There are really scientifically based recommendations to climate related risks to our community, to our region, and really drives a lot of discussion that we have right now in the community. As a matter of fact, it really helps me with our HUD resiliency grant to use this. Just a side note, this would not be possible without a grant that we received through Walmart, $25,000 that Mayor Hartwell received the U.S. Climate Protection Award for the work to promote and to help with climate protection through the U.S. Conference of Mayors back in 2012. And with that, I would recommend, rather than going through all the aspects of our climate resiliency report, if you have a chance, go to our website, sustainablegr.org. But I would like to end with some of the recognitions that this city, this community, our organizations received throughout the US and throughout the world in terms of our disruptive, innovative work in sustainability. So with that, I'll leave it open to any questions, and I'll give you contact information at the end of these slides. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ferris. So you can see that Ferris is a disruptor, and that's I think every city, every university needs a disruptor, and so. Let me open the floor for about 5 minutes of questions or comments on anything that Dr. Alabash has said.
Congratulations to all of you here. It's really interesting to see the amount of progress that's been made. I'm wondering if you would like to comment a bit on specifically the role of public understanding, of education of the general public, training programs for your, not only the civic employees, but partnering with the private sector training that must be going on around sustainability and that sort of thing.
I think that's a great question, and it's a very important issue from my perspective, from our work, and Mayor and Norman and others can probably add to this, but with our community, I think the key to success is really this ability to engage everyone across different sectors, private, public sector, different sectors, employees. I'll give you a few examples in terms of just better understanding how sustainability is ingrained in this area. The West Michigan Stable Business Forum I mentioned, they've been working in last year or so on resiliency work and the resiliency framework around climate change and businesses and the impact that climate change will have on businesses in West Michigan. The work of Grand Rapids Area Chamber of Commerce, and they were promoting their own web-based tool to track greenhouse gas emissions the work of all the academic institutions and providing different types of sustainability-related initiatives. I know Northern is teaching sustainability courses at Grand Valley State University. Aquinas has a program in sustainable business development. Calvin College has courses in sustainability. Kendall College, Grand Rapids Community College, Grand Valley State University has a graduate certificate in sustainability. I'm plugging, I teach those courses, so that's all. It's a very good certificate program. But the idea of community engagement is really critical to enabling and embedding sustainability and delivering outcomes. It's also, it goes the other way too. We have to make sure that we communicate well what sustainability is and what it isn't, so that our ability to really translate the outcomes from economic perspective is really key. So when we talk about solar panel project, it's not just solar panel for the sake of putting solar on abandoned or Superfund site, landfill site. It's about what it means to the organization, how then it will translate into sewer and water rates in the end, or how it will help reduce overall cost. It's the key. Thank you for your question.
Chuck, I wanted to add something to it. I think most of the, quote, intern work people understand from a degree basis, but almost all of the work that really gets done is based on skill sets. So in the case of the education and training that comes out of the city, they'll put the requirements for skill sets that are expected and say, yes, maybe your public policy is important, but what I really want are skill sets. To give you an example of a new one, their expectation now for his office is all students need GIS mapping. Oh, that wasn't here last year, but that's due to the internal transformation of the city. So a degree may not have that in it unless you burrow down and ask the questions, what's the applied skill set that adds the value to that office? So this is the interaction of where training programs are headed. It's more in these specific applied skill sets that are being driven by cities and businesses, not necessarily just a degree.
The only other thing I'd add is persistence. Be persistent in that message. In our case, it's taken years to break down some of that opposition. There will always be some that will be opposed, or there will always be deniers. And quite honestly, you simply can't waste your time. I think you can't waste your time on those folks. But be persistent and consistent in your message about everything you're doing in sustainability, and be very, very public and transparent about it.
Thank you. You mentioned the your quadruple bottom line. Could you just say a little bit more? So governance, right? What will that look like for you?
Yeah, that's another issue that we've been struggling, for a couple of years with reporting requirements under our sustainability plan and our transformation work that we've done through transformation investment plan. We have another area that we're really focused on disruptive, innovative investments into operations in order to bring and deliver the best outcomes. So the idea was to look at and expand the definition of triple bottom line to ethical governance in order to cover our financial resiliency. How do we ensure that we have good bond rating? How do we ensure that we, in terms of our financial work, we're doing the right things that we need to be doing to really continue being resilient financially in time of crisis? How do we then ensure that there is continuous community engagement and that we continue our transparency, accountability? And I can go on and on for these types of elements that don't necessarily fall under either social, environmental, or economic areas. And I think that's key to understanding where we're going with governance. There are no other cities that adopted the important layer. There are no other cities that have targets in their sustainability I'm a big fan of targets versus indicators. Maybe speaking heresy here, so I'll stop now.
All right, I think we have to stop so we can move on. Horace, thank you very much for being with us today. All right, let's transition immediately into our next presentation. We're back to presentations from our RCEs. Next is Bogota, RCE Bogota. Ms. Adriana Jimenez-Petino and Professor Carmen Zamudio. Zamudio?
So I think I'm figuring this
But-
out, right?
All right. Now, this is going to be a little more interesting
I'll send
because
this.
we need simultaneous translation, and you all don't have headphones. So here's what we're going to do. Our speakers are going to be speaking in Spanish, and our translator will be here with the other microphone in English. Let's get it started, see how it works. We may need to adjust levels some so that we can all be heard, but please welcome our friends from Bogota.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Solo espero que este asunto de la traducción esté bajo.
I hope this translation part is under control.
Ok. Mi nombre es Carmen Zamudio. Soy profesora de una universidad pública en la ciudad de Bogotá.
My name is Carmen Zamudio. I am a professor in one of the public universities in the city of Bogotá.
Y en el día de hoy queremos compartir parte de las actividades que venimos realizando con el RCE Bogotá.
I would like to share some of the activities that we are realizing with the RCE in Bogotá.
Bueno, esta imagen en primer lugar muestra que en Colombia solo hay un RCE.
In this image, it demonstrates that in Colombia there's only one RCE.
Aunque geográficamente Bogotá está situada en el centro del país,
Although geographically, Bogotá is centralized in the central part of the country.
nosotros tenemos trabajo en algunas regiones
We have work in some of the regions there,
al noreste de Bogotá y al sur occidente.
the northeast part of Bogotá and southwest of Bogotá.
Por eso es probable que con el tiempo estas iniciativas se conviertan en RCEs también.
This is why with time, it's probably that the initiatives will turn into RCEs as well.
Desde su reconocimiento en el año 2009,
Since it was recognized in the year of 2009,
el RCE Bogotá ha venido contribuyendo a la agenda global propuesta por la ONU.
the RCE has been recognized with the proposal from
Universidad de Naciones Unidas,
the University of the United Nations.
a través de la promoción de la educación ambiental,
Throughout the promotion of the environmental education
que logramos a través de equipos interdisciplinarios
that we were able to obtain through the interdisciplinary equipment
y actividades que reúnen organizaciones gubernamentales, universidades
and activities that gather people from the government, from the universities,
y la sociedad civil en general.
and the civil society in general.
En este momento el RCE está conformado por 12 universidades, tanto públicas como privadas.
It's formed with 12 universities, they are private and public universities.
Estas universidades constituyen como el núcleo básico de trabajo del RCE.
These universities compose the basic core of the RCE.
Luego están otras organizaciones del gobierno, por ejemplo, en el orden nacional, como el Ministerio de
The
Ambiente.
other governmental universities are composed by the government and the Ministry of the Environmental Services.
Nosotros tenemos en Bogotá una ciudad de una población cercana a los 8 millones de personas.
It's about 8 million people in Colombia,
Bogotá.
in Bogotá.
Y es muy extensa la ciudad, por eso se dividió en localidades.
the city is very large, and this is why it was divided in local localities.
Por eso aquí mencionamos autoridades locales que son una parte de Bogotá.
This is why we mentioned the local authorities, which is only a part of Bogotá.
Es decir, hay entidades de gobierno del orden distrital y del orden local.
They are governmental, this district, and local ones. Authorities in the level of the district and in the local level.
Trabajamos con la Secretaría Distrital de Educación, con la Secretaría Distrital de Ambiente, por
We
ejemplo.
work with the Secretary of the District of the Environment and also of Education.
También tenemos organizaciones no gubernamentales, en especial esta conciencia.
We also have organizations that are non-governmental, and in that one we have conciencia,
que es potencialmente un generador de un nuevo RCE.
It's a new generator for a new RCE, potential of a new RCE.
También tenemos vinculación con colegios de primaria y secundaria.
We also have gathering with colleges, with the primary and secondary education.
Y todo esto es coordinado por la profesora Olga María Bermúdez.
And this is all coordinated with Professor Olga María Bermúdez.
A través del tiempo hemos venido perfilando 5 líneas de trabajo.
Throughout the time, we have been fixing 5 lines of work.
En el día de hoy les vamos a hablar un poco de los foros ambientales,
We're going to talk to you about the environmental forums,
que son la estrategia de más larga tradición dentro de nuestro RCE.
which are the strategies that are longest within our RCE.
También les mencionaremos brevemente sobre las jornadas pedagógicas como medios de comunicación.
Okay, also we're going to talk to you about the communication memories that we have,
Y una experiencia que ha resultado muy significativa con la red de jóvenes
and
RCE.
also we have something very significant to share in regards to the network, the youth network.
También trabajamos formación de docentes, en particular sobre investigación.
We also work with, in particular, with investigation
Y algunas iniciativas de
Forming
cooperación
teachers.
internacional.
and also the international cooperation.
Bueno, los foros se han venido realizando en el marco de la década
These have been realizing themselves, the forums with each decade,
y siempre han tenido el propósito de contribuir a la formación ciudadana en la ambiental.
the purpose of contributing in the citizenship form and in the community.
Estos foros son gratuitos, abiertos a todo el público
These forums are free and they're open to public.
y se encuentran en particular buenos aportes de estudiantes, investigadores y profesores.
And there's very good contributions from teachers, investigators, and professors.
Bueno, los foros tienen un ciclo de planeación, ejecución y evaluación.
Forums have a cycle of planning, execution, and planeación,
Ejecución y evaluación.
and evaluation.
Realmente la planeación es donde encontramos más oportunidades para interactuar como organizaciones.
During the planning is when we find more opportunities to interact with other organizations.
Inicialmente cada universidad o cada organización asumía la logística y los aspectos académicos de cada foro.
Initially, each organization was assuming the logistics and the academic aspect of each one of those sessions.
Pero estamos tratando de hacer entre varias entidades un solo evento.
But we are now trying to have only one event with all the entities, all the organizations together.
Tenemos en los foros generalmente personas expertas que tienen temas académicos, científicos o técnicos.
During forums, we have experts with academic scientific or ethic expertise.
Mientras que en las jornadas pedagógicas es la presentación de experiencias de distintas personas.
And during the teaching or the teaching sessions, we have just the presentation of the experiences.
En ambos casos buscamos que haya una participación activa del auditorio.
In both cases, we ask for an active participation of the people that are listening.
En especial cuando obtenemos las conclusiones de la actividad.
Especially when we gather the outcomes of the activity.
Porque buscamos que las personas que participan construyan ellos mismos las conclusiones.
Because we ask that the people, the participants, for them, they themselves to build their conclusions.
Y salgan de ahí con ideas para aplicar en sus contextos familiares, personales, sociales, laborales.
Develop their own ideas to apply in their own context, in their personal, family, or social levels.
Nosotros creemos que a través de las 42 conferencias que hemos realizado y 5 más este año,
we believe that throughout the 42 conferences that we have done and the 5 more that we're doing this year,
y 2 jornadas pedagógicas que hemos realizado,
and 2 more teaching sessions that we have done this year,
estamos contribuyendo a la cultura ciudadana en nuestra ciudad.
We are having a contribution to the culture and the citizenship, the citizenship of the community.
Tenemos 2 libros digitales que están disponibles en internet.
There are 2 digital books that are available in the internet.
Que reúnen las experiencias más interesantes que se han venido llevando a cabo.
They gather the most interesting experiences that we have seen.
En términos generales, encontramos esta estrategia muy valiosa.
In general terms, we find this strategy very, very helpful.
Porque nos acercamos a un sector de la sociedad que no es tenido en cuenta normalmente.
Because we approach a sector of the society that is not very much tended to.
Y se tienden puentes entre las universidades y la sociedad en general.
And we create bridges between the universities and the general society.
Procuramos un diálogo de saberes.
We encourage a dialogue of knowledge.
Y la construcción colectiva de estas apuestas que pueden generarse en estos espacios.
The collective construction of proposals that can be developed during these phases.
Esta es la primera parte de foros y jornadas pedagógicas.
This is the first part of forums and teaching sessions.
Los dejo con mi compañera del RCE, Luz Adriana Jiménez, para ver la parte de jóvenes, de la red de jóvenes. Muchas gracias.
And I will leave you with my partner, Luz Adriana Jiménez, to speak about the youth network.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Yo soy Luz Adriana.
I am Luz Adriana, you already know that.
Estoy muy contenta de estar aquí. Antes de iniciar, quiero agradecer a todos los que han hecho posible.
I am very happy to be here, and I want to thank you to everyone that made it possible for us to be here.
Y antes de contarles el tema de la experiencia del RCE con la red de jóvenes de Bogotá, quiero contextualizarnos un poco sobre la situación juvenil en Bogotá.
And before talking to you about the RCE's Young Network, I want to give you some context of the situation of the youth in Bogotá.
Colombia, como otros países del mundo, está pasando por un bono demográfico.
Colombia, like other places in the world, is going through demographic change.
Sí, donde de 47.600.000 habitantes,
From 47 million, 47,600,000 inhabitants.
31 millones corresponden a personas entre 14 y 65 años.
31 million are people between the ages of 14 to 65 years of age.
Lo que significa que en Colombia la población general está en edad productiva, es decir, hay más personas produciendo que dependiendo del Estado.
Which means that the population in Colombia is in a productive age, which means that they're able to produce more than to take.
El 41% de esta población corresponde a personas entre 27 y 64 años.
41% of this population are in between the ages of 27 to 64 years of age.
El 29% a personas entre 0 y 13 años.
29% is between ages of 0 to 13 years of age.
Y el 23.7% a personas entre 14 y 28 años.
And 23.7% are between the ages of 14 to 27 years of age.
Y hago énfasis en esta población porque para Colombia los jóvenes están entre 14 y 28 años de edad.
And I make an emphasis in this information because in Colombia the youth are between 14 to 27 years of age.
Lo que lleva a una preocupación muy grande para el RCE y las personas que trabajamos con jóvenes en Colombia desde hace un tiempo.
Which is a big worry for the people that work with youth in Colombia, with the RCEs.
La preocupación es cómo mejorar calidad en educación, salud y trabajo para los jóvenes.
We're worried about how to better the health, the quality of education, health, and workforce development.
En Colombia tenemos una situación difícil para los jóvenes y por eso el RCE de Bogotá ha hecho énfasis muy grande en el trabajo con los adolescentes y los jóvenes.
In Colombia, we have a very difficult situation with youth, and that's why the RCEs are making emphasis in working with adolescents.
Es necesario invertir en educación porque estos jóvenes que están empezando su vida productiva deben tener mejores capacidades para un mejor empleo y un mejor trabajo.
It is very important to invest in education because these youth that are starting their life, they have to have more opportunities for a better job and a better education.
Lo que necesariamente llevará a que Colombia sea un país mejor desarrollado, con mejores oportunidades de crecimiento económico, ambiental y social para el país.
We will make for Colombia to be a more developed country with more opportunities socially and governmental as well.
Okay. Después de esta contextualización, entonces, quiero contarles un par de proyectos que estamos desarrollando con los jóvenes en el RCE de Bogotá.
After speaking about this context, I would like to share with you a couple of projects that we have been developing with youth in Bogotá.
Y el objetivo que el RCE se ha trazado para trabajar con los jóvenes en Colombia.
And the objective that the RCEs are having to work with these youth in Colombia.
Porque como ya nos contó Carmen, nosotros no solamente estamos en Bogotá, sino que hemos trabajado con otras ciudades del país.
Because as Carmen said before me, we not only work in Bogotá, we work with other communities around the country.
El objetivo fundamental del RCE de Bogotá para los jóvenes es trabajar.
Objective for the youth in Bogotá
es construir un proceso organizativo juvenil que permita aportar a los jóvenes las iniciativas y en las iniciativas que ellos proponen.
Is to build
Es la construcción de un proceso organizativo juvenil.
It's the construction of a youth organization process
que permita a los jóvenes generar iniciativas e incidir en la toma de decisiones.
That will allow the youth to generate ideas and to influence in the decision making.
Okay. en pro de la construcción de una cultura ambiental ética y transparente con el medio ambiente.
in order for the construction of a ecological, is there? Ethical and responsible environmental management. Sorry.
El RCE entonces asesora, acompaña y asiste a los jóvenes para que su participación sea efectiva en la toma de decisiones sobre los temas que les competen. Es muy común.
It's translated, right? So you can just like that.
Pero es muy común en Colombia, los jóvenes son vistos desde una mirada adultocentrista, es decir, esa palabra sea difícil.
It's very common in Colombia for youth to be seen, which is they are seen with with an adult vision. So it's not self-centered, but centered, or the youth are seen as an adult, from an adult perspective, correct?
Y no son tenidos en cuenta para la toma de decisiones, sino simplemente como objetos y no como sujetos de derecho.
And they're not taken into consideration for making decisions. They are not seen as a subject, but as an object to be making decisions about.
Y esa es una de nuestras tareas más grandes, lograr que ellos tengan voz y participen activa y efectivamente en todos los espacios de participación de los ciudadanos.
And that's part of what we do, that we are trying to help them have their voice and participate actively in each one of the spaces, the citizenship decision-making spaces.
El RCE contribuye entonces a la transformación de los jóvenes desde muy pequeños en hábitos y costumbres.
So RCEs contribute or build in the formation of youth from a very early age in building these habits.
Pero no solamente formándolos, sino que queremos que esa transformación sea naturalizada, que se convierta en una forma de ser, en un estilo de vida de los nuevos ciudadanos.
Not only transforming them, but just helping them internalize these and making them become part of themselves, a natural part that comes from within.
Lo que lograría entonces una transformación cultural de unos ciudadanos comprometidos con la naturaleza, con el cuidado, con la protección de estos recursos naturales.
Which will transform or translate in a culture of care, of protection of the natural resources.
La red de jóvenes entonces es un espacio a través del cual los jóvenes planifican.
The youth network is a space in which the youth plan
y realizan acciones que tienen que ver con las necesidades del territorio en el que ellos están ubicados.
And they develop actions that have to do with the territory in which they live.
Para incidir directamente en lo que es más cercano a ellos, en su propia comunidad, sus propios amigos y espacios.
So they have an impact in what is most important for them in their own community, in their own spaces.
Esta la planificación de los procesos que hacen los jóvenes.
The planning of the process that the youth are developing.
Son iniciativas directas que ellos mismos organizan desde la mirada de lo que ellos diagnostican de lo que está pasando en su territorio.
Their own initiatives that come from the diagnosis that what they are observing in their own territories.
Y una vez al año hacen reuniones de jóvenes donde formulan un plan de acción de cómo trabajar el año que viene, qué acciones van a fortalecer y cuáles son las prioridades.
So once a year they get together and they formulate ideas and action plans to see how they're going to work to develop those ideas into action.
Una de las principales actividades que los jóvenes han hecho en la ciudad y las ciudades en las que están presentes en la limpieza de fuentes hídricas, en acompañamiento y en coordinación con autoridades civiles y militares de las ciudades.
One of the principal activities that the youth are doing in our cities is the cleaning of the water source in the cities, coordinating these efforts with the authorities in the cities, the cleaning authorities in the cities.
Y estas actividades son acompañadas de procesos de formación
And these activities are go together with forming processes or developing processes.
y sensibilización de los habitantes del lugar.
And with sensibilizing or giving some sensitivity to the inhabitants of the place.
Para que estas fuentes no vuelvan a ser objeto de depósito de residuos.
So that these water sources will not become trash again or waste again.
Okay. Los jóvenes tienen unos principios y uno de ellos es joven educa a joven. Y en este proceso, entonces, ellos trabajan en escuelas, instituciones educativas.
The youth have some principles, and one of them is youth educate youth. And with this, they work with different educational institutions
Para enseñar a los más pequeños todos los valores y los principios que deben tener frente al cuidado de sus recursos y sobre todo al conocimiento de su territorio.
and to teach the younger ones about how to take care of their own resources and also knowledge of their own territories.
Tienen una premisa y es que lo que no se conoce no se ama. Lo más importante es conocer su propio territorio.
They have a mantra, and it's what you don't know, you can't love, and that's why it's important to know their own territories.
Para amarlo tal como amamos a nuestros seres queridos.
And to love it the same way that you love a loved one.
Otro de los principios de los jóvenes es la educación es práctica.
Another principle is education is practice.
Y esas actividades prácticas que en muchas ocasiones es llamado activismo,
And it's those practical activities what we call sometimes activism,
que generalmente o en Colombia tiene una connotación un tanto negativa,
that in Colombia has a bad connotation.
Porque se piensa que hacer activismo significa que no hay una reflexión previa o un conocimiento detrás de esa actividad.
Because having an activism is seen as not having a previous reflection or true knowledge of that activity.
Sin embargo, con los jóvenes lo que hemos logrado es que previa a la realización de una actividad cualquiera, en el principio de la educación es práctica,
But with the youth, what we have been able to do is that before having one practical activity,
cada uno de los momentos que tiene esa actividad es planificado y detrás de ello hay una ruta metodológica de conocimiento.
each one of these activities has been planned, and behind that, there's a methodology being applied.
Que permite que cada acción que se haga en la actividad tenga un objetivo de conocimiento o un mensaje final, un producto de conocimiento posterior a realizar la actividad.
Which makes that every activity done is going to have an objective, a knowledge or for in a procedure in order to get to that activity.
Y posteriormente, al finalizar la actividad que se haga, entonces lo que viene es un proceso de evaluación y sistematización de la actividad realizada para recoger el conocimiento obtenido de ese momento.
And after the activity has been done, then we have the evaluation part and recollection of the experiences, so that we have a true knowledge that comes from these activities.
Así se realizan salidas ecopedagógicas a páramos y humedales.
That's how we have field trips to the highlands and wet areas.
Cuencas hidrográficas,
Water banks and plains.
okay. Y también a los parques de su barrio y a recorrer las calles de la ciudad.
And also to their own parks in their neighborhood and to the streets in their own city.
Nosotros con los jóvenes se realizan visitas a las comunidades. Nosotros tenemos más tiempo porque son dos. Doble vez. Visitamos a las comunidades con los jóvenes.
We visit the communities with youth, and she was verifying that she has a little more time because there's two of them.
Para entonces nosotros o los jóvenes realizar actividades lúdicas.
During these times, we have play activities,
talleres de capacitación y diferentes actividades para que los adultos
training workshops and different activities for adults,
se sensibilicen frente a los temas relacionados con el medio ambiente.
so that adults will gain some sensitivity in relationship of subjects that have to do with the environment.
Pero lo más importante es lo que los jóvenes aprenden de los adultos,
But the most important thing is what the youth are learning from the adults,
porque también consideran que una generación aprende con la otra.
because we believe that also a generation learns with the other one.
Y se da el diálogo de saberes del que tanto pues, hemos hablado, sobre todo el tema de conocimientos tradicionales de las comunidades ancestrales.
And we develop dialogue in terms of understanding the knowledge, especially the knowledge that comes from the native communities, ancestral communities.
Okay. Y también se dan oportunidades de hacer foros y discusiones, debates en los que los jóvenes reflexionan sobre la responsabilidad que tienen.
And there's also opportunities to have workshops in which the youth have the opportunity to reflect about what has been given to them,
sobre el manejo de los recursos naturales y sobre la proyección de desarrollo sostenible que queremos y que ellos quieren planificar para el futuro.
from the handling of the natural resources and also of the development of sustainable resources for the future.
Siempre dicen que ellos algún día van a ser los ancestros del país y les preocupa qué pensarán las generaciones futuras de esos ancestros que algún día seremos.
They believe that they will be the elder of the country one day, and they are worried about what the new generations will say about what they did during their time.
Con los jóvenes apoyamos la formulación de proyectos para la protección de los recursos naturales y especialmente del agua.
We formulate proposals to protect the natural resources, especially water.
Y están trabajando en tecnologías caseras
And they develop technologies that are homemade
para el reuso del agua
to reuse the water
y el uso de la recolección del agua lluvia.
and the collection of rainwater.
Y tal vez una campaña que ha sido muy significativa en los últimos 2 años es una campaña para llevar agua
And maybe one of the campaigns that has been very important is a campaign to bring water
a las ciudades lejanas de la ciudad de Bogotá, donde por razones de sequía o escasez de recursos, de falta de alcantarillado, no hay agua potable.
To cities away from the city of Bogotá, where for reasons of maybe drought or for not having the water system, they don't have drinking water.
Y en estas campañas que ellos han llamado aguatón, es una especie de teletón.
These are campaigns that they have called aguaton, like water tone,
Donatón,
or donaton, donation.
Hacemos días en los parques públicos
We have days in public parks
donde todas las personas llevan bolsas o botellas con agua
where people bring water bags or water bottles.
y esta agua es luego llevada a los lugares donde las comunidades no tienen agua. Igualmente se recoge agua de reuso.
And this water is taken to communities that have no water. That also, we pick up water that is reused.
Que generalmente se usa únicamente para riego de cultivos.
That generally is only used for to water the fields of the crops.
Y una actividad, un proyecto que están haciendo que es el banco de agua,
And a project that they're developing that is called a water bank,
que lo que busca es que cualquier colombiano pueda consignar la cantidad de agua que quiera aportar en una cuenta de ahorros,
that is so that every Colombian could co-sign or co-sign the amount of water that they would like to contribute with to the bank.
y este dinero que se recolecta es entregado a una comunidad para aportes o para la construcción de un reservorio de agua,
And this money that they collect is given to a community for give out or for the deposit, as a deposit for the construction of a reservoir.
Para que las comunidades donde están, hay más dificultades puedan tener acceso al agua potable, que es, digamos, una evolución de la donatón y del aguatón,
So that the communities that are less privileged can have access to the water. It's kind of an evolution of the water tone or the donation tone.
porque el traslado del agua en botellas y plásticos generaba muchos gastos, porque había que cerrar el ciclo de ida y de vuelta.
Because the transporting of all that water with in plastic, and in crystal water or in water bottles was very expensive because they had to close the roads back and forth.
Para traer de regreso todos los plásticos y botellas que se llevaban con el agua a las ciudades lejanas.
So that they would bring back all those plastic bottles that they had taken the water with, and they could recycle them back.
Y finalmente, ya voy a terminar, alcalde. Solo
I'm
faltan
sorry, I'm
2
gonna
minutos, uno yo y uno Sara.
2 minutes.
Es un proyecto que está en formulación que es para el trabajo de consumo responsable con los jóvenes y los niños.
And finally, is a project that is developing for youth, for responsible use of resources, children and youth.
Es un proyecto de educación
It's an education project
que busca que los jóvenes conozcan el ciclo de la producción y distribución de los bienes de consumo,
that so that the youth will learn about the cycle of distribution and consumer goods, the cycle of production,
y los efectos que tienen esto sobre el medio ambiente,
and the effects that these have over the environment.
y reconocer el ciclo de producción teniendo en cuenta que cada parte de este ciclo
And to understand the production cycle, understanding that each part of this cycle
está relacionado con problemáticas ambientales que generalmente generan contaminación de los recursos naturales.
related to climate problems that also generate waste.
Y el otro objetivo o meta principal del proyecto
And another objective of the project
es que los jóvenes reflexionen y se concienticen
is that the youth will have a conscious and reflect
sobre su comportamiento como consumidores.
about their own behavior as consumers.
Si lo que están usando o comprando realmente lo necesitan,
If what they are buying or using really it's needed.
y cuál es el comportamiento de los productores de esos productos o servicios que están consumiendo.
And what is the behavior of the producers of those products or services that they are consuming?
Para que finalmente ejerzan su poder como comunidad organizada
So that they will use their power as a organized community,
forzando a los productores a generar o a producir sus productos de manera responsable con el ambiente.
forcing the producers to produce their products in a responsible way.
Ok, es todo. Muchas gracias.
All right, that's all. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Lo hicimos.
Muchas gracias. Use and translators, thank you. But stay put, or you do the next one, or is Magali going to translate? Are you going to translate or do you want them to translate?
No,
Okay. You can explain, so,
So your video is right here.
Okay, that was very, very interesting, and I think the
So that's the
translation
video.
went well, didn't
So I
it?
have to go to the
Yes.
So we have to go
Pardon
to
me?
let me-
Kudos to the translator. So now we're going to hear from our dear friend from the great city of Lima. We're going to hear a report on Lima's progress from our friend Teresa Salinas and her colleague who is going to be running the slideshow, I believe, Magale Tejeda.
It's right here.
So, Teresa, thank you so much for being here, and we turn it over.
So when I have to minimize it to put video, what do I do?
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Quiero reiterar mi agradecimiento a la ONU, a George, a Christopher,
Just go down here,
a todo su
Click on
maravilloso
that.
equipo.
All their
start
marvelous
play, and then click up here in
Okay.
the corner to maximize it for full screen.
Estamos felices de estar con ustedes
to be here with you today.
en esta hermosa y cálida ciudad.
City. And enchanted city.
Van a disculpar, no speak English very well,
I don't speak English very well,
pero he considerado un texto en el trabajo para que puedan leerlo con un poco más de calma después.
in this work so that you can read it later.
Voy a abordar aspectos
I'm going to talk about the aspects,
de la misión del RCE,
of the RCE,
Lima Callao,
Lima Callao,
el eje de conocimiento tradicional,
the traditional knowledge,
algunos proyectos que estamos viendo para la educación superior
some projects that we're looking at for the superior education,
y algunos proyectos de la agenda nacional que tratamos de articular a la agenda internacional, especialmente a los nuevos objetivos
we're trying
propuestos
to propose to the objectives of the national agenda
y articularla a la agenda internacional,
and to articulate it with the international agenda,
especialmente a el plan global,
especially the global plan.
definido, propuesto en Japón.
It's defined and proposed in Japan.
Este es el Perú,
This is Peru.
esos son los Andes centrales,
These are the central areas, Andes, central Andes.
27 millones de gente más o menos.
27 billion of people right around there.
Nuestra misión
Our mission
es socializar las prácticas
is to
de la
socialize
educación
the practice of education
y buscar una alianza internacional
and to find an international allegiance.
para construir un mundo más humano, más justo y más solidario.
Construct a world that's more humane, more just,
Solidario.
solidarity.
Nuestra visión
Our vision
es ser reconocidos en el Perú
is to
como
be
un
recognized
centro promotor de buenas prácticas,
as our promoting center of good practices
que aporte soluciones
that will come up with solutions
a los graves problemas
to grave problems
de sostenibilidad.
of sustainability.
Estos son algunos de los objetivos. Fundamentalmente,
These are some of the objectives. Fundamentally,
creemos que la sostenibilidad tiene que ver mucho con los aspectos en que concebimos el mundo, la forma en que interactuamos y pensamos.
sustainability have to do with a lot of how we deal with the world,
how we act, how we
cómo actuamos y cómo pensamos el mundo.
in the world.
Para construir el RCE,
To construct the RCE,
nos preguntamos
we ask
sobre
ourselves,
qué marco filosófico,
what philosophical aim, target,
epistemológico,
epistemological,
didáctico, para poder trabajar con calidad
to be able to work with quality,
la educación ciudadana.
with the education of the citizenship education.
Es decir, articular la
That means to
actividad
articulate the activity,
académica
academic activity,
y la vida cotidiana
and the daily life
con la ciudadanía.
with the citizenship.
Como universidad,
Like in a university,
nos preguntamos cuál es el rol de la universidad.
we ask ourselves, what is the role that the university should play?
¿Cómo pensamos el mundo?
How do we think of the world?
¿Cómo desde la universidad podemos integrar
How can the university integrate
otros sistemas de conocimiento?
other knowledgeable systems?
En mi país,
In my country,
la cultura inca y preinca
the Inca and Renca cultures,
fue una civilización muy fuerte,
it was a very strong civilization
con un gran manejo de los ecosistemas
with great management of the ecosystems,
y con un manejo sostenible de los ecosistemas.
sustainable ecosystem.
Es un deber
It's a duty
de la universidad
of the university
contribuir
to contribute
al cuidado
to the care
de la biodiversidad,
of the biodiversity.
¿no? Recuperando
Recovering
los conocimientos tradicionales.
knowledge, the traditional knowledge.
Hay que cambiar
We have to
las
change
funciones
the functions,
tradicionales
the traditional functions
de la universidad.
of the university.
No solamente investigación, enseñanza,
Not only in investigations or the researches, the teachings,
sino educar con una visión al futuro,
but to also educate with a future,
A
a
lo que
vision in
no-
the future,
a lo que nos va a pasar
to what's going
como
to take place.
ciudadanos, como seres individuales, como
As
seres
citizens,
colectivos,
individuals, collectively,
y hacer que esta proyección social de la universidad
and to make sure that this projection, this project, the social project of the university
sea en un marco de un diálogo
will be a target, a dialogue
con otras culturas
with other cultures,
invisibilizadas,
visible
invisibles en el marco social,
in the social target.
para una educación
Education,
con sostenibilidad.
sustainable.
En la cultura tradicional
In the traditional culture
de los Andes,
of the Andes,
en la cultura tradicional de los Andes amazónicos,
in the traditional culture of the Andes, Amazonic Andes,
la familia
the family,
como el núcleo básico de la comunidad,
the basic core of the community,
tiene un rol importante
has a very important role
en el manejo
in the management
de la chacra,
of
del campo,
the fields,
del agua
of the water,
y del bosque.
and of the fields, the forests,
Recuperar esos valores
to recover those values,
para que exista una adecuada transferencia
that there could
de
be an
conocimiento
adequate transparency of knowledge
a las nuevas generaciones.
to the new generations.
Hay en nuestro trabajo
Within our work, our job,
algunas cosas permanentes en el discurso,
there's certain things that are permanent,
como es mejorar los modelos mentales,
which in our job is to better our way of thinking,
para
to be able to
comprendernos mejor
understand
nosotros
each other
mismos
better within ourselves,
y
and
comprender
to understand
y escuchar
and to listen
a los demás.
to others.
Necesitamos
We need
una revolución, una transformación
a transformation,
individual,
an individual one,
colectiva
a collective one,
y en nuestra relación
our
con la
relation
naturaleza.
with nature.
Necesitamos
We need
que nuestras
our
universidades
universities
hagan una ciencia
make
con
science
conciencia.
with conscience.
Y hacer ciencia con
To
conciencia
make science with conscience, with a conscience
significa
that implicates
reconocer
to recognize
otros sistemas de conocimiento
other systems that are well known,
para integrar
to integrate
soluciones
those solutions
válidas
that are valid
para el cuidado
for the care
de la vida.
of life.
El tradicional knowledge, no matter diversity, is very, very important.
La diversidad tradicional es muy, muy importante.
Esto es para que ya lo lean.
This is for you guys to read.
Pero en mi país hay muchas comunidades, 42 grupos étnicos,
In my country, there's many communities, 42 ethnic groups.
Nosotros hicimos un proyecto
We made a project
en la zona andina amazónica
in
de
the
la
Andina
región
Amazónica zone
de San Martín,
of San Martin's region
con las comunidades quechua lamas.
with the communities in Quechua lands.
Hay otras comunidades que ha visitado Chapomín,
Communities that Chuck has visited.
pero nuestro proyecto está trabajándose en esta zona.
But our project is being worked on in that zone.
¿Cómo articular la universidad y la comunidad?
How to articulate the university and the community.
Nosotros planteamos este diplomado en biodiversidad y conocimiento tradicional
We wrote this down about the university and the intercultural knowledge
para poner en práctica
to practice
el diálogo
the dialogue,
transdisciplinar
transdisciplinary
de saberes,
of knowledge,
creando,
creating.
bueno, el objetivo
The objective is
era juntar líderes
to gather leaders
de las indígenas,
of the indigenous,
técnicos que
technicians
trabajan con los ecosistemas,
that will work with the ecosystems,
ingenieros,
engineers,
profesores,
professors,
¿no? Y miembros voluntarios de la
volunteer
comunidad,
members in the
y
community,
sobre todo mujeres,
and overall women as well.
porque las mujeres tienen un rol muy importante
Have a very important role
en el trabajo,
at work
en la construcción de la vida,
in the
en
construction of life.
en los Andes centrales.
In the
La
Central Andes,
concepción de la vida
the,
es muy diferente a la nuestra.
the conception of life is very different from
Para
ours.
ellos, el río
For
tiene
them,
vida.
the river has life.
Los árboles
The trees
trees
trae el agua
bring the water,
y a la vez el agua
and at the same time, the water
cría al árbol.
creates the tree.
Por eso el concepto de criar
This is why the concept of raising
es, digamos, la visión fundamental
is their fundamental vision.
que va a permear la
It's
cosmovisión,
one to permeate the world vision
la cosmovisión andina.
in
La cosmovisión andina.
the world
Para
and
ellos, el hombre
the man
cría la naturaleza
creates nature.
como la mamá
Like the mother
da amamanta al niño
nurses her baby,
y la naturaleza
and nature
cría al hombre.
raises the man.
Nosotros creamos un comité
We created a committee
de expertos
of experts
que estudian la cultura andina en
that
esa
study
zona
indigenous culture in that
y
zone.
reunimos líderes indígenas.
And we got
Comenzamos en un proyecto con el apoyo de la cooperación alemana,
We began to do this project with the
nos
support
apoyó para poder
of
llevar
Germans,
adelante,
and they helped us to take it ahead.
el gobierno regional de la región San Martín,
The
Bueno,
governmental St. Martin government as well.
una tarea muy hermosa,
It was a beautiful work, to be done.
llena de incertidumbres,
It was full of uncertainties.
pero logramos concretar el proyecto. Después verán un video de unos 3 minutos
To
para
complete
que
the project, I have a 3-minute
puedan
video
tener
so that you can have
una idea de lo que hemos
a background
vivido.
of what we have lived.
Y lo más importante aquí era haber puesto en conversación
To put together in conversation
diversas formas
different ways, diverse
de
ways,
hacer conocimiento,
to have knowledge come through
de intervenir
and to intervene
en el ecosistema.
in the ecosystem.
Para uno de nosotros,
For
de
us,
Lima,
from
entra
Lima,
al bosque
you go into the
y puede
forest
tomar los animales que quiere.
and you can grab the animals that you want.
Para un andino amazónico,
For
¿no?
Amazonic and indigenous, no.
Él pide permiso al bosque
He asks permission to the forest
y solo puede tomar uno.
and he can only take one.
Y si toma dos
And if he takes two
o más,
or more,
él se enferma,
he gets sick.
somatiza la violación de la norma.
He
Ahora,
expresses it in his body.
también existen,
Also, if there exists
esta comunidad con la que nosotros trabajamos,
community
era
that we
nativa,
work with is the native one.
o sea, con ideas muy arraigadas todavía.
They still have very old-fashioned rooted ideas.
El diplomado, tuvimos la suerte de, en la reunión de Japón,
We had the luck in the meeting in Japan
un reconocimiento al
to be
trabajo
recognized for the type of work.
que fue también llevado a la comunidad,
Was
el
also
reconocimiento, lo van a ver en
To the
el video,
community, being recognized for the seat.
lo hicimos extensivo a todos los que participaron y especialmente
It's extensive to all those that participated, especially the community.
Estamos también trabajando en este sentido de los conocimientos tradicionales
We are
con las
also
comunidades,
working with the traditional feelings with all the communities,
pero también en el colegio médico
but also in the medical college,
se ha constituido un núcleo,
a core has been constituted
un comité de conocimiento tradicional
of traditional knowledge
para la medicina y la salud.
for medicine and for health.
Y con ellos también realizamos varias actividades.
We also realize some activities through them.
Hemos realizado muy
We
poco,
have accomplished
2
very
días
little,
prácticamente,
practically.
un conversatorio
We had a discussion
sobre lo llamamos el Tinguy, un encuentro sobre
It's
la
called
sexualidad en los Andes. O sea, cómo en la región andino-amazónica se concibe, ¿no?, la
It's over
relación
the sexuality in the Andes, how they give birth.
Ahí el rol de la familia,
It talks about the family there,
la concepción de la mujer
the conception
como dadora de vida,
as a part of life,
la reciprocidad y solidaridad,
reciprocity and solidarity.
Este es un centro
This is a center
construido
which was
por
constructed
la cultura inca,
by the Inca culture,
moras y moray,
Moras and Moray,
donde se llevaban, es un, digamos, un laboratorio de biotecnología,
it's like a laboratory of biotechnology.
donde se aclimataban las plantas de otros lugares
The plants would be there within the climate from a different area,
y se creaban microclimas.
and they would create microclimates.
También realizamos un foro, no sé si está en la conferencia, sobre medicina
In regards to
tradicional,
traditional medicine,
medicina tradicional andina,
traditional Andina medicine.
con el colegio médico. Este trabajo que hemos desarrollado en un conversatorio también en el mes de
We have developed this
mayo,
program in the month of May,
tiene como objetivo,
and
¿no?
we have as an objective,
¿Cuál era la concepción que había entre la salud y la enfermedad?
what is the conception that exists between the health and diseases?
Para ellos la enfermedad se da en el cuerpo
The disease is within the body
cuando uno transgrede lo natural, el equilibrio, rompe el equilibrio.
transgrede.
Rompe.
When you break. I'm getting some hope here.
Tenemos
When there is violence against.
Entonces, como les venía contando, venimos trabajando en lo que es el conocimiento tradicional en
Like I was
comunidades
saying to you that we're talking about the traditional concept within the communities.
y también a nivel, ¿no?, de las organizaciones como Colegio Médico.
Or the organizations like the medical college.
Otro eje de trabajo en el RCE es con los colegios,
Is the colleges.
con los colegios. Y desarrollamos un proyecto
And we developed a project
con el apoyo de Grand
with
Rapids
the support of Grand Rapids
para convocar a los jóvenes
to get the youth
y tratar temas,
and to talk
de
about topics in
alimentación.
regards to eating.
Y fue una magnífica
It
experiencia
was a
que
magnificent
ojalá
experience.
podamos seguir
And I hope we
desarrollando
continue developing.
y esto va a nutrir mucho a los
This
jóvenes
is going to feed the youth people so well,
para ampliar su visión,
to enlarge their vision.
interesarlos
And we have to get them interested
por los problemas
because of the problems
del mundo.
in the world.
En el marco de la educación superior,
In the target for higher education,
la Universidad de Ricardo Palma,
the University of Ricardo Palma,
que coordina el
that
CIE,
coordinates the ESD.
ha dado la maestría
We have given the masters
en
in
arquitectura
architecture
y sustentabilidad, y sostenibilidad.
sustainability.
Esta maestría
This masters
tiene por objetivo
does not have as an objective
contribuir en el país
to contribute within the country,
a dar soluciones
to give solutions
a los grandes problemas
to the great
de
problems
sostenibilidad
of sustainability.
en el manejo de los recursos
In the
naturales,
management of
los
the
manejos
natural
de
resources
la ciudad.
and the management of the city.
Los estudios de futuro nos dicen que
The studies of the future tells us
las ciudades se van a incrementar en el 80% de
the
la
cities
población.
are
estarán
going to
mayormente
go down to 80%.
Concentrada la población.
They're concentrating it in the
Entonces nosotros a través de esta maestría
So through this master's,
hemos creado un laboratorio
we have created a laboratory
para investigar
to investigate
los graves problemas en
the
Lima
grave problems in Lima
y buscar la solución.
and to find a solution.
Nos interesa mucho el trabajo con
Very
Fer
interested
y un equipo que
is
está
a team
trabajando en el
that's
tema.
working.
Seguramente en una próxima reunión vamos a compartir con
Perhaps in the
ustedes
next
temas
meeting, we will
de
share
esta maestría
the topics of this master's program.
y nos interesa poder tejer redes
And we're interested in uniting networks
con los otros RCE
with the other RCs
para fortalecer
to be able to strengthen,
el aporte metodológico, tecnológico,
technologic,
poder hacer algunas
to
transferencias
be able to do some transfers
que nos puedan ayudar
that will be able to assist us
a dar solución a los
to
grandes
be
problemas
solutions to the great
de
problems
transporte,
of
de
transportation,
agua
water,
y de sobrevivencia
and
en ciudades
to just live, to be able to survive
de las ciudades de América Latina.
in the
Lima
cities
tiene
of
8 millones de
Latin
habitantes.
America. And Lima has more than 8 million. 8 million.
Y el tema también es articular la ciudad
The topic is also to be able to articulate
con
the city
el campo,
with the field,
que no estén contrapuestos,
that they are not against
No.
each other,
divorciados,
divorced,
sino en una dinámica.
but in the same dynamic.
¿No? Con eso
This,
termino la
I
exposición.
finish my
Les
disposition.
agradezco muchísimo y los invito a que me acompañen unos
I ask you
minutos
to
con el
just
video.
go with me with this video, please, a few minutes.
Y había una fotografía donde
Photo
estaba
that
George en
where
Perú.
George was there. We saw that.
En el mes de septiembre del año 2012 se desarrolló el diplomado semipresencial denominado Biodiversidad y Saberes Interculturales en la región San Martín y provincia de Lima. Las acciones del diplomado han estado acompañadas por el Consejo Académico constituido por un grupo de estudiosos conocedores de la región San Martín y el Perú. El programa se insertó dentro de los procesos formativos y de investigación del Instituto Peruano del Pensamiento Complejo, Edgar Morin, IPC, de la Universidad Ricardo Paz. El diplomado surgió de los reconocimientos de la diversidad biológica y cultural que alberga la región andina amazónica y el crucial papel que juegan las instituciones regionales y las comunidades indígenas en su preservación. Este diplomado permitió evidenciar la milenaria tradición cultural de crianza encarnada en las comunidades indígenas y locales para motivar el interés del Estado peruano y los gobiernos regionales de promover los intereses consagrados en el Convenio de Diversidad Biológica. Este diplomado ofreció un espacio de reflexión, debate y una complementación en los diversos programas de formación académica y técnica relacionados con los recursos naturales, la gestión y la educación ambiental. Aspiró a ofrecer respuestas prácticas y conceptuales a la formación de técnicos, funcionarios y docentes, así como de líderes indígenas y miembros de la sociedad civil. Este diplomado se ejecutó bajo la modalidad semipresencial en el espacio de la chacra, en el monte, en el agua. Estos espacios nos permitieron reencontrarnos nuevamente con la sabiduría de la madre naturaleza.
Ayudamos en hechos familia como más, también si hay, pero nosotros le damos a nuestros chiquitos. Entonces, eso decimos choma de tanto. Es nuevo, bien, joven y trabajando.
Las diferentes frutos que criamos nosotros, por eso me gusta la chapa. Hemos hablado de una construcción de conocimiento.
Un pedacito de Japón. Son los líderes de la comunidad a quienes les hemos hecho entrega del premio logrado reconocimiento logrado en Japón.
There's the leaders of the community that seek
Reiterar el agradecimiento a la comunidad,
Japan,
a todo el equipo de RCE Building
and
a Gali, que siempre está pendiente de los proyectos, todas las traducciones y me hace posible la comunicación. Muchísimas gracias. Ha sido muy claro estar con ustedes.
communication and she makes possible everything. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. I think one of the most memorable experiences for me with the RCE was when we were in Lima, Cayo, and you brought to Kichirama traditional knowledge people and who taught us for an hour from their traditional knowledge. And it was such a gift that you gave to all of us who were there. So that's a blessing to you. You're special. Okay, look at your program, your schedule. There's a mistake on it. It says break, no break. Maybe just enough time to go up and if you need to make a bathroom stop, you can do that. We need to keep right on going now because we're beyond the reports and we're getting into the strategic positioning work. So if you need to grab something to drink, something to eat, if you need to go out to the restroom, do it very quickly and we'll start back up in, let's say 3 minutes. Ooh, 3 minutes. George, how can you do that to us? You're mean. This is one special lady.
Yeah, I can tell you when I said her.
Very special lady.
Apparently it's too bright. No, it's not. So I only know because somebody wrote that there. But what's tricky is the lights are Post-it notes, so who knows where that goes. Oops.
Question about community solar. Like it's third question. So it's like an association. So that's just starting talking about city utility about basically good incentives. But the exact structure and financing is really not responsible for it. And like the best approach that I've seen is like investing in just giving credit back. That's the something yeah, you're gonna do that. Yeah. I see. So they're not even gonna deal with this. Yeah. Yeah. I think part of what I was but they kind of don't know how you're right. They kind of want to support
Okay, here we go. Coming back together, please. Coming back together. I was afraid if I gave 3 minutes to lose people, but I think we're pretty well here. Okay, next session, folks. Now, I mean, this has been fun and games up until now. Now we go to work. We're going to work. This is going to be interactive. This is the point in our program where we begin talking about strategic objectives, strategic interactions. How do we take this thing called the RCE of the Americas and make it work better for all of us and for our countries and our hemisphere? And so this afternoon for this session, Roger Petrie and Norman Christopher are going to lead us through a discussion. I want you to know that they are trying very hard not to be prescriptive. This is a very interactive engagement this afternoon. So as it will be tomorrow, when Kim and Deborah are leading us in discussions. So your input is valuable, it's important, it's essential really to making this conversation a success. So let me turn it over. It looks like Roger, you're ready to be the first one out of the gate here. Do that.
So Norman and I will be sort of co-facilitating the session. And I guess part of what the session is to do is to bring forward a lot of the work that we've done at previous meetings to provide you with the background knowledge so that we're all on the same page when we start doing some of our creative collaboration. And so there are a few individuals that we'd like to speak initially to provide some background. So Philip will provide some background from the UN University's perspective, some technical background.
So, thank you very much. I'm going to be very brief, but I realize I broke my initial rule for facilitating my first day. I didn't really give you a breakdown of the alphabet soup and organizational structure of UNU. So really briefly, I want to talk about the structures that we work with and then ask if there are any questions about acronyms that we've been throwing about. I'll give some examples, but please feel free to come up to me and ask if you need more individual examples if we don't have time now. So United Nations University, the UN, when we talk about the UN in news media, what we tend to think about is the General Assembly. So that's representatives from all the nation states and how they get together. What doesn't get talked about as much is the agencies and programs that work towards the goals that the UN agree on. And there are around 28 agencies and programs. Some of them you've heard about quite a lot. So for example, you probably have heard about UNESCO. Chuck will probably give some more comments on that. So there's also the International Monetary Fund. There's also Security Council, which isn't an agency, but it's another branch of the UN that does a lot of work. There are many other branches of the UN and these agencies and organizations. We like to talk about money. We like to talk about fighting. We don't like to talk about other things that are still really dependent for human civilization, though. So for example, there's the World Meteorological Organization. We have a climate change focus. We haven't brought them up at all. They're vital. We also have the International Telecommunications Organizations. For all of you that are checking your Facebook statuses, that's another huge thing. So really briefly, UNU's role in the United Nations is we are research institutes. We do research on policy. Primarily at UNU, we look at research into science. We do lots of different research in lots of different areas. But the reason we do that is we're trying to be a bridge. So policymakers need knowledge. They need scientific knowledge. They need traditional knowledge. They need all kinds of knowledge if they're going to form good policies and make policy recommendations to the member states. What we try to do is we generate our own research, but we're also linking to all of you. You are our eyes, ears, feet, and hands in the real world. So you're actually the people that we're trying to bridge the knowledge gaps that we have when we're constructing international policy and international policy recommendations, especially in relation to the environment with the RCE network. So we've been throwing around a lot of acronyms. So of course, the big one here is ESD, that's Education for Sustainable Development. We also have been talking about a lot of platforms. Now a platform is a little different than a UN agency. What that is, it's an area that a lot of agencies work on and try to get the member states to agree on action of. So we have a platform called the UNFCCC, that's the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change. It's a little confusing because, first of all, these acronyms are all in English, so my apologies. We have lots of other languages, 4 primarily in this room, but hundreds, if not thousands, from the rest of the world. But in English, so we tend to talk about UNFCCC, and we tend to talk about COP. So COP, it just means Council of Parties. That's all the nation states that have signed up to treaties, whether it's on climate change through the Kyoto Protocol and whatever comes next in Paris, or on the Convention of Biological Diversity. That's another COP. So we have to be a little careful. We use the term COP interchangeably. We also have a couple of new acronyms that have been introduced. There's the 10YFP, that's the 10-year framework program on sustainable consumption and production. And with that, there are a lot more acronyms I'm sure you have questions on, but I'm going to turn it over to Chuck because I want to keep us on schedule. If you have any questions, please ask me or Kyoko. Thank you.
So Chuck will come forward. Again, this is a perspective that really frames our work in the RCE of Americas. I don't think we could really start our strategic discussions without perhaps, I don't know if these are ground rules or insights that might help us move forward.
Right. Thank you very much, Roger. I just thought that it would be useful to frame things in a larger picture, so we can begin our discussions. I mentioned that we're at this new move post-decade as we're going towards the gap, and with the pledge now of UNU to move forward. The realism is that we are now looking at how are we actually going to bring about change and how are we going to implement. The beginnings of our RCE program was largely to explore and research and learn how education, public awareness, and training could help build more sustainable communities. We did that to a certain extent, not as much as many of us would have liked. We did publish some books, etc. But at least now we're going into the second phase of, okay, let's do it. Now, to do it means that we have to build up critical masses in specific places. You know, 1 RCE in a country, 4 in the United States. I mean, that really is not going, it'll help those communities, but it's not going to shift government and big policies. We need to be much more strategic. We're going to need more in numbers and so on. So on the one hand, around the world, we're hoping to ramp up the numbers, but realistically, UNU itself is not going to get more support, which means that we're going to have to become more resilient. So I think that's part of the strategic talks we need to be thinking about. Not only do we have to become more resilient, we have to think in 2 ways. Resilient as individual RCEs. But also, we need to think of how can we be more resilient and effective collectively. Right? So those are 2 ways of thinking. Individually, we need to be thinking, of course, financially. But financial resilience is linked to what our outcomes are. What are the services we really provide? If we're not providing services and being seen as useful, etc., then not only our mission will go down, but so will finances and so on. Collectively, when we're thinking, we can think geographically as we are in this room now. But we also need to collectively think about our interests and our roles. For instance, collectively, we may be reaching out globally around water, energy, around K through 12 education or higher education. We can think collectively around the gap and specific issues that we're going to do there, or collectively around specific UNU issues that have just been brought forward. Or as Teresa pointed out, around Indigenous knowledge. So that would be a whole different way of linking other than geographically. But as I say, it'll come down to the actions. Now, Philip has just pointed out the unique role of UNU. So while many, such as the United Nations Development Program and others, UN Habitat focuses on sustainable cities, amongst other things. That's their niche. So we have to think about the niche of UNU, which is around education and research, etc. Otherwise, we're not just treading on into other people, but we're duplicating, and countries don't really like when agencies start duplicating and things are being done, especially without collaboration. So if we are going to think forward, one of the critical things as we link up and address the issues, and I'll mention a few of them in a moment, that are common issues in RCEs around the world that I've come upon. One of the big things is communication. Not only in our own community, explaining to people what we're doing, raising our visibility and so on, but the crucial one is how do we feed that information back up the chain through UNU? Okay? Because UNU has a board of governors. UNU has many mandates. UNU will only fund this program if they see it aligns with their policy, aligns with research, aligns with the role of education, etc. Okay? So, and then UNU Board of Governors, this all has to align further up again with national governments, in particular Japan. They're the ones who put all the money into it. So they have to see, okay, it is actually contributing, and to the United Nations itself. You see, the gap that we're all sort of focusing on now and where we're mentioned is a 5-year program, but renewable. Realistically, the Sustainable Development Goals that have just been approved, of which we are a part and mentioned in there, is a 15-year program, 2015 to 2030. But we will only be renewed in 2019 if we have proven effective. Now, we may be doing things, but if we're not communicating it, if we're not looking at our visibility, and if UNU, which will our staff, Kyoko and Philip and those above them, have to have the material to be able to build that up. So just one of the things that I think we need to be talking about is communication, both up and down. First thing I would suggest, sure as hell we need to get rid of that map. That green map that goes up every time, no one can read it, no one can see it. I'm just, you know, as a joke, but I think back over the years that I've tried to work with that, I don't use it anymore because in most projections, no one can see it. Now, here are some of the things that I think are common whenever we try to look at what are some of the big issues. One of the big one is leadership and governance within our RCEs. We really need to address that. Many of the RCEs have been built around a certain personality, a certain person. If that person comes or goes, that becomes a problem. A huge issue around how do we find and keep really good volunteers? How do we keep them engaged intellectually, physically, and so on? Of course, the big thing around finding resources. This is always an issue. People keep coming back to me all the time saying, well, what is the UNU putting in? And we have to sort of explain, look, this is about being resilient. It's about self and so on. Okay, so, and that's really what it was all about. The government of Japan is not going to fill or fund thousands of cities, is where we have to get to. So let's be realistic. We have to figure out ways of being more resilient. And what we need to do is to think about how are we going to do these things, not just individually, but collectively. In Lima, we realized that to really move forward, it would be useful if there were ways in which we could formally work as a team. Not all together all the time, but around projects between countries, between our RCEs in different countries. And to do that, we need to find a mechanism that can actually apply for grants, hold money, and so on at that level. And so one of the things we did is we came up with an agreement that we would form a partnership. It is extremely difficult. I believe that George and Teresa and Gustavo Lopez Espina and so on tried to look into a legal mechanism of trying to hold that. And it was extremely difficult. We couldn't really find it. Now what we're looking at is maybe there is an international agency. And so Kim Smith and I visited the Organization of American States and had preliminary discussions with them and invited them actually to come to this meeting to learn more about us. And they couldn't attend this one, but they are interested in. I think we need to look at a number of things that way. So I just thought that before we get into the discussions around strategy and finding what are the big issues both for today and tomorrow, that I would outline some of those issues. There will be more. But underlying it all, keep in the back of your minds what is unique about the RCEs is the focus on the role of education, public awareness, and training, combined with real action. It's sort of action research. It is not a hands-off. It's in there. It's working. But always, what are we learning from this? And what is it that RCEs can do that the other agencies don't focus upon or do? And many instances, how best can we partner with other groups that are already going in sustainable city movements or sustainable, business and corporations? What is the role of training? Those kinds of issues. How do we keep the general public supporting electorally at the vote by voting for enlightened legislation? That was a crucial component of education for sustainable development. How do you build in a democracy the electoral support for this kind of thing? So I'll stop at that point. There were just some opening remarks that I hope will be informative.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. So that's been very helpful. Is Deborah Rao in the room? Yes, Deborah. Deborah's with the U.S. Partnership for ESD, and I think she provides a very good perspective, not only on terms of strategic thinking, but a perspective on the RCE community that will be helpful in our discussions.
Hi there. So I've got some gifts for you, a question for you, and then kind of an idea of what we're going to do tomorrow so that you can get started thinking about that tonight. I need this to go in, but I also need to show websites at the same time. So somebody show me where the website, where I can start putting addresses in. That would be great. So let me just tell you that if you go to, and maybe you can just do that as long as you're doing it.
Sure.
www.uspartnership.org. Once you get there, I'll go from there. This is the website of the U.S. Partnership for Education for Sustainable Development. We have 400 partner organizations and 6 sector teams. Our most active sector team is higher ed, but we also have K-12, communities, interfaith, youth, and business. So let me take you there. Okay, got it. And is this in here somewhere?
Not yet.
Okay, so we'll do that in a second. So if you click on the left, see our sector teams, can you see them? So I'm going to click, is that how you do it? You do it on the Mac. Just click on that.
Communities?
Nope, community, higher ed. So you just do it once there. Okay. And then what you can do is see the resources. And the resources will show you all sorts of things, like where are the jobs, career resources, international networks. So we have 2 international networks that we formed under the U.S. Partnership. One is, if you want your faculty, you want your educators to teach about sustainability, that has to be part of their sense of who they are as an educator. Where do they go to find out who they are? They go to their disciplinary societies. They go to their academic societies. So we created the Disciplinary Associations Network for Sustainability. I was standing in the higher ed building. Here, I'm going to take you to another. Where did this go? I just want a new tab. Oh, it's over here, isn't it? Is it a new tab? Okay. So if you just go to DANS, DANS.ASHE, which is the Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Ed, and they host this for us, but they're not really attached to it, although they're increasingly getting interested, and they'll probably take it on soon, now that they have capacity for it. But I want to show you who our organizations are. We got 50, I'm not going to show them all. This is the professional societies for the professors of religion, anthropology, art, all of the sciences in AAAS, teacher education, physics, chemistry, history, biology, librarians, marketing, math, philosophy. You get it? And I'm just on the A's. So what we did is we called them. I'm standing in higher ed building in Washington, D.C. and realizing they all have budgets, they all have staff, and they're not working on sustainability. So we got the names of the executive directors. We made up this organization, the U.S. Partnership. You have an organization already made up. You have this international RCE network, which is such a lever, it's such a leverage point. We contacted them when we used our 2 magic sentences. You have a unique and important role to play in helping to create a sustainable future. We can't imagine doing this without your academic area. We're having a meeting in the top of the SunTrust building, gorgeous room, you could get it for free. Please come. That was 10 years ago. We have conference calls with the head of the education division of each of these associations. I'm going to give you a strategy. You have partners in your RCE. Don't convene them all in one meeting, because then if they don't show up, you look like a weak network. Set up 2 meetings. Not everybody can come to the first meeting, so we're facilitating 2. Even if there aren't a lot of people, you can talk about the people at the other meeting. You have to manage the emotional climate of this RCE locally and also internationally, so that you can use it as a leverage tool to make strong systemic change. So this is one of our networks, and there are things that they cannot do because they have to go back and get approvals from multiple committees. But they can do it as an informal network. So if you look at our homepage, we have call to actions. Put sustainability in the job descriptions and the performance evaluations on staff in higher education institutions. Put sustainability into textbooks. A call to put sustainability in textbooks, not chapter 18, all the way through. We've collected over 100 textbook reviewers and handed it off to the textbook companies, showing them that there's a demand from all these associations and also people to help them do it. These professors actually get paid to put sustainability into the textbooks. It's like a dream come true. Energy education, energy literacy. You all have limited bandwidth, right? You don't have enough people. You're volunteering yourself. We made up a fellows program. 3 hours a week, somebody can have a title as a national fellow. They love having those titles. Kim is one of our international fellows. I've got a woman who runs the MIT Energy Lab. She's my energy fellow, and we did a call to action for energy literacy. Lots of bad information in the US from utilities and oil companies about how renewables don't work. I'm actually a professor of renewable energy technology and sustainable development. That's my day job for 35 years. All of the US partnership work is by volunteers. I know that Megan Camp, who was here, they ran the K-12 sector team, for example. Norm, where's Norm? Norm was the first chair of our community sector team. So it's amazing what you can get done with just a few hours a week from people, and now it's not all on your shoulders and you're not burning out. I am a 4th generation activist in academic clothing, so I've got a very long toolkit of how do you create systemic change. I want to move on. Yeah?
One history question. This was created because of the decade for ESD, correct? When you first formed US Partnership?
Yeah, it happened at the same time. Bush was in office. We knew he wasn't going to do anything, so we met with the women who'd organized for the UN Decade for Women, because the first group of people who went from the White House to the UN for the UN Decade for Women were all old white guys. And the women went, you old white guys. I love you. And the women said, you have got to be kidding me. And so they created an organization, and they eventually got recognized by the State Department. They told us to do the same. We did. We got recognized by the State Department. That's why we were at the World Conference. I want to show you the other network that we have, because once again, if you want to impact higher ed, and I don't know what your organizations are. How do I put that cursor right there? I got it. Oh, there is no backspace. Delete. That goes forward, doesn't it? Oh, no, it does. Okay, good. The other one is the Higher Education Association Sustainability Consortium. Have you all heard of the President's Climate Commitment? You know that there's like 700 college and university presidents who stood up in the US and said, we've read the science, we have to stop burning fossil fuels. We make a commitment to do that as soon as possible. And we're all creating action plans. So the man who started that, Tony and I started this network. Let me show you who's in this. And I'm going to take you to the Resource Center to show you. Because the Resource Center's got a lot of gifts for you. So we have, I'm not going to go through the alphabet soup of this, 3 presidential associations represent about over 80% of all the college and university presidents, college and university presidents, and their chief academic officers. We also have the National Association for Business Officers, Facilities Directors, Student Life. They all have associations. Do they in your countries? Do they have associations? Yeah, go there. You are in a unique and important position to help create a sustainable future. We can't imagine doing this without you. We know you're already doing work, and this is key. Not, do you want to have a sustainability initiative? That's a yes/no question. Don't ever ask those kinds of questions. Ask it like this. We have all sorts of information. How can we help you grow your sustainability initiative? So they're already thinking of the how. If you go down on this page, there's all sorts of stuff here for you. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff here for you. The housing officers, student life, the Coalition of Christian Colleges and Universities, the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities, the procurement officers, et cetera, et cetera. We have fellows here too. And the fellows do all sorts of great work. They love it, we love it. It's systemic change projects that we can get done with the fellows. We just can't get done otherwise. I want to go back for just a second. I want to show you the Resource Center for Dans. And then I'm going to switch to a question for you about how you want to spend your time tomorrow on strategy. So this is Presidential Associate. Oh, wait a minute. I want to go back another one. Come on. Come on, puppy. You can do it. There we go. Okay. Here's the resources page for Dans. This is where you'll find resources on curricula in higher ed. Anthropology, biology, business. Do you know you can't be a business, an accredited business school now in the United States of America unless you have sustainability in the curriculum? There's 2 tiers of business schools. The top tier, that accreditation standards now include sustainability. We created a climate where people felt behind if they weren't doing this work. That's key. So how can you use this international network to create a climate where people will feel behind if they aren't doing this work? So maybe that's one of the questions you want to focus on. I just want to show you all the stuff that's here. Okay? And that's all free and it's available for you. One other site, we did work on policy. It's important to work on policy. And we got a grant and we worked with the associations that are like really important in the US, which are the STEM ones, you know, science, technology, engineering, and math. And so we have a project called Sustainability Improves Student Learning, following what Chuck said, feed it into quality education. We have a beginner's toolkit for faculty who've never taught sustainability before. We have what are the key components of sustainability assignments. You can't teach doom and gloom because you're going to turn our students into either survivalists or early cynics. We have to teach them how to be able to focus on solutions and create systemic change. We have a whole section on how you empower students, including a list of change management skills and a self-reflection exercise where students can see what's missing and who I am to create change. So I know that I can work on that. Anyway, there's hundreds of teaching activities. These are the gifts to you. There's also, going back to the US partnership for just a second, there's a beautiful K-12 sector page that they put together at Sheldon Farms, that Megan's group put together, Sustainable Schools, and they created these national standards that people can pull from if they want to. All sorts of delicious things. And the community sector has got all sorts of great things there. So lots and lots of gifts for you on that uspartnership.org. What I would like to do now, though, is I would like, and I'm going to show you those as we're talking about the others, just so you get a taste. What do you want to have happen out of these strategy sessions? we've been listening to people this whole time, Jill and I and Roger and Chuck and Kim and George and Philip, and we've been listening, and so then we created 3 questions that we think are going to be good to focus on. But before we give you those, what do you want to have happen out of these strategy sessions? And don't be really verbose with like whole long paragraphs. Just, can you just do it in a quick sentence?
Come up to speed on CAD. ASAP.
Come up to speed. What's that mean? Understand what it is?
Understand what it is and get moving on it.
Okay.
Get rocking and rolling.
All right, so get the commitments into the gap. I think that's already done. We'll hear about that from Norm. What else? What do you want from the strategy session? You've been sitting and listening to each other. Great stuff, but what do you want to do as a group? What do you need help with?
Getting rid of obstacles, just going around the obstacles and getting to work anyway.
Okay, so I give a lot of keynote speeches. I don't organize the speeches anymore. I walk into a room, I say, write down where you're stuck. Write down where you're stuck, hand it forward. And that's what my speech is about. So you want part of the strategy session to be around, here's where I have challenges, help me overcome them. Right.
Strategies for strategic partnerships and stakeholders that we need to be working with.
Okay, so strategies for how do we affect, not the ones who are already converted, but those mainstream organizations. That was great. What else do you want to get out of this session?
Well, I really like the examples you were giving of messaging. How do we actually phrase this? So if people have best practices, other folks or other RCEs, I'd love to hear more of the language we should be using to increase public awareness, but also, the broader outreach efforts.
Okay, so you want to understand informed communication strategies that'll have strong impacts. This is too funny, Jill, right? These are our 3 questions. And we didn't talk to you guys, I mean, we listened to some of them. Anything else? Okay, you're right on target with what we've done. So let me show you what we've designed as the 3 questions we're going to work on tomorrow morning, and we have a homework assignment for you tonight, and then I'm going to hand it off to Norm to tell you a number of things. Tomorrow morning, we're going to break into 3 groups. You will be able to walk with your feet to your interests. Number 1, I'm stuck on something in my local RCE and I need to figure out how to overcome it. That's what number 1 group is going to be about. The listing of the places where you're stuck and the solutions, and then the mechanisms we can put in place so that those solutions continue for all. Your homework for everybody, whether you're going to be in this group or not, is would you please write down your top 2 to 3 challenges or issues in your local RCE. Please write down your top 2 to 3 challenges or issues in your local RCE. Jill, just correct me if I don't get this one. Number 2, how can we use the leverage of being part of the international RCE network? That's so powerful. You have so much power that I think you're not utilizing fully. How can you use that power to move mainstream organizations toward ESD and not just education for sustainable development, but sustainable development, locally, regionally, nationally? So I asked for an example, and George gave me this one. When Ryan did that youth virtual summit, he was asking the Grand Rapids Public Schools to do something they hadn't done before, to be part of something much bigger. And not only was it a successful summit, but it changed how Grand Rapids thought of themselves as a public school system. Do you want to add anything to that? I'm going to add something to that because when we heard about it, we shared it with other public school districts. We shared it with the chief state education officers, which go across the country. We shared it with the National Science Teachers Association, goes across the country. So your examples that you have locally, you can then take to mainstream organizations the same way that we went in the K-12 sector, we have what's called K-12 National Associations Network for Sustainability. And we got on conference, by the way, this is all conference calls. And if you knew me, you'd know that sometimes I'm on a raft in my pond running the conference calls. So I'm always revitalized. I'm not burning out here. But we got the superintendents, we got the Science Teachers Association, the Math Teachers Association. There's like 6 of them that we were working with. One call, you get it out to all of them. Okay, so the number 2 question is, which mainstream organizations do you want to impact? And how can you use the power of being part of this international network to impact them? I know if you go yourself, just alone you look really little. If I go on as a community college faculty member to these national organizations, they would say, who are you, right? So we had this network we were part of. You have that too. So your homework for that is bring in 2 to 3 mainstream organizations that you would like to shift toward ESD or even SD. Like we work with the Urban Sustainability Directors Network to get cities moving towards SD. But the mainstream organization might be your mayors across your country, or your science teachers, or your maybe ministries of education. You have to understand the formal and informal power structure of the world in which you work, and then look for the leverage points for change within that power structure. We'll talk more about that in that second group, whoever joins that second group. Now the third group is what Philip was, is it Philip or? He was talking about, which is how do we connect to and learn from and impact the really urgent issues going on internationally. Of course, climate change is the most urgent issue if you really think human suffering matters. And youth engagement and the UNU priorities so that we're aligned to get additional support when the time comes. And then this quality education frame, IUCN, the ministries of education, this is what we've heard from all of you in the SDGs. What do we need to be doing at that international level? I just want you to know that, so we don't really have homework for you for that one, except to be thinking about it. And anything that you're interested in, feed it to these 2, because I think one of you at least is going to be in that third group. Does this work for you? I want you to know that this is going to lead to mechanisms of support for each of these. And when you guys get on calls, conference calls, which I hope we're going to schedule regularly, you'll be reporting on this structural mechanisms of support for systemic change. Okay? You want to tell a little bit of your stories of what's going on, fine, but it's really going to be about systemic change if you want. That's what we were hearing you wanted, was to use the power of the network to create systemic support and change. All right, does that work for you for tomorrow? All right, good. More?
So one of the questions that was just raised was about the gap, and so we just want to refresh that. Also, just refresh some of the things that that have come out of our previous meetings as well. So let's just so to advance it, this one here. Okay, good. So. So we're trying to look at a lot of different things, building capacity, finding resources, reducing redundancies, building regionally. I think our strategic questions, you'll see how building the structures that we've just been talking about will help to do a lot of those different goals that the RCEs in the Americas are interested in advancing. Some of the things that we've talked about at previous meetings of areas we would like to collaborate on. I just wanted to put those on the board for you. Part of what I think it shows is some of the strategic capacity that has emerged within the RCE community, some of the things that we can do, what makes our RCE community quite unique, right? I mean, that was the question Chuck posed. What makes our RCE community unique? Are some of these types of activities that have been in your presentations. So keeping in the back of our minds, if we're wanting to present ourselves from a communications perspective strategically, these might be areas of where we're already working at our local levels, but also where we've also been interested in working collaboratively as well. So I just wanted to put those up because we've had discussions in our previous meetings on those. In terms of following up in relation to the gap, we're just going to put up a few slides. I'll just speak to the areas of the gap. So we've got the 5 areas. The 5th area is one where the RCE community has been specifically targeted because of our strengths. So you've seen that before. But we've had a presentation on youth and the role of youth, and I think it's critical to highlight strategically what do we want to do around youth. So in terms of those questions that were just posed, we need to keep that in the back of our minds. The other key ones, advancing policy, if we're talking about changing organizational culture, increasing the capacity of educators, number 3, and also building sustainability into those different areas. So why is this so important? Well, this is because in terms of our RCE commitments, the follow-up on the decade, we need to think about how our work is impacting particularly Area 5, but also the other areas. And often we'll have projects that can impact multiple goals at the same time. So what I want to do now is to invite Norman Christopher up to talk about his work in terms of his RCE and framing the gap, and then some of the background research that you did on other RCEs and the gap. So Norman, do you want to speak to these?
Thanks, Roger. First of all, I struggle with terminology. I struggle with context. I struggle if you're an RCE looking at some of the acronyms we use. So I just want to put myself into the space of further understanding. So this is a draft that I would suggest each RCE try to go through, because it really stretches the question of what are we doing before we do anything more. So we're about ready to get into these strategy discussions, and I'm a covey person. I believe before you get going, you have to believe in the end in mind. We get that point. But we also have to really do, I think, a better job of assessment of where we are today before we do anything more. So what we try to do here, and I'm not going to go through these, but it stretches the question of, besides the individual RCE and what are you doing, what are your community members that are part of your RCE doing with you? This is all incomplete. But just on the policy, because we keep struggling with what is anybody doing on policy in this area. So we just looked and said, there are other partners. Some are close into our partnership, others aren't. But we have a college, Michigan State University, that actually has institutes for public policy and institutes of public utilities. That's an interesting one. They have 2 of those. So the question then begins is, where in your RCE do you begin to look at how you are affecting your own RCE in the gap beyond all the activities and all the projects we're doing? This is very incomplete, but I offer it as an example for each RCE to consider doing, because you'll never have it finished, as Chuck said. I liked, Chuck, I've written down now all your 7 or 8 bullets of your strengths model that I was about ready to go Google until you told me there was no such thing. I just invented it. So I want to give you all the credit, because we talk all about deficiency models. What Chuck was doing is walking from strength. What a great idea, right? Build on your capabilities, build on your competencies. It's all work in progress. Don't be worried about whether it's beautiful. It's progress. So in this is just our attempt in all the areas. And you can go to the next one. It doesn't matter. I just put it up there as an example. So let's go to the next stage. Okay. Somebody then said the question is, what are we all doing? That's a really good question. I really didn't know. So if I walked around a room and said, what are all the RCE Americas doing? Do we have a database that actually says what are the projects? So I just asked a few members of our team, we couldn't come up with it. We couldn't do it. So we decided to try it. So here is an absolute straw man of just going to the RCE portal and drawing down projects in 2013 and 2014. That's what the P stands for. The other one I don't know, and maybe Chuck or the UNU or Roger can give me help because I struggle in terminology. I don't know whether what you presented today were projects, whether they're presentations, whether they're abstracts, but I put them on case studies. There were like 8 of these today that got shared. Well, they need to go into this database because if you went back to the first chart that Roger showed and went through very quickly, I just listened yesterday to the struggles. So that was feedback, not that I put in a slide, it's what you fed back just as of yesterday, and it said searchable databases and linkage to platform. Well, that's what Chuck said. So I just started this and said, hey, anybody want to know what we're doing? Now, you could say, and I appreciate it, Salvador may say, well, you know, my project in Mexico, it doesn't belong here. I grant you that because I didn't call you and ask you. But I just looked at how well we were doing in some of these categories. And we probably don't have all the projects in some of them, but we do in others. But there's a smattering of all the 5 gap areas. I thought that was good. Then the next question that I can't ever answer, and I remember when we were having the Skype sessions with Japan before the conference, oh, by the way, we have thematic areas. Uh-oh, I wasn't about to tackle that one. Or two. Chuck, you gotta have to say, do you want them both ways? Do you just want them listed by gap? Do you want them listed by theme? Do you want them cross-referenced? I have no idea. Shortfall, okay? So that's what this was attempted to do. I just did it because I thought, I just wanted to say thanks, RCE Americas, for the great work you've done. At least it's a start. No, it's not polished. It will always be the strengths model. It's always a work in progress. We're always raising the bar, but we're doing it self-raising the bar, and we've got some good work going on. So that was that piece. So moving on. There, I really appreciate it. Thanks for your support and taking a little initiative for us tomorrow on some homework. We all like homework. But I like what you were saying about gifts. I hadn't talked with you before you did that, but we asked you, thanks for your on-the-spot, on-the-fly kind of thought process. So what I tried to do here is like, before we get started, does anybody have a gift to the RCEs? And I don't mean in the Americas. I mean for Brazil, for Mexico, for Bogota, for anybody. So this is really just an opportunity, but your list, Deb, was a lot longer than mine and a lot better. But there is some carryover here. So I just put a couple of them. Is this ASHE.org. And it's the kind of like the professional or trade association for higher ed in the United States. But for the RCE internationals, take a look at this list and take your own. There's linkages in Mexico. There are linkages, these are not US colleges with foreign subsidiaries and locations in campuses. These are actually universities in these RCEs that are doing the same work. And so you mentioned ASHE.org. I didn't go through all the other ones, much better. But it's the same point as I think we need a database of gifts that are available. Because I can certainly tell you that we don't use them anywhere near enough. I was looking and I should be aware of what you're doing. Not so. So that's one, pass it around. And those are some RCEs that are not here, but maybe Salvador, you can take them and link them and do them for some of the Central American countries. Appreciate it. Okay, next. This may be brand new, and it's probably one of the larger gifts I could talk about. And somebody could say, first of all, has anybody ever heard of the BOPglobalnetwork.org? Anybody ever heard of this? Okay, Tom has, George has. It's a network of products and services that are based on the base of the pyramid. So the BOP stands for the base of the pyramid. I'm going to show you a slide in a second that maybe helps frame the struggles of ESD, because it has to fit in all of the 7 billion population. And I'll show you a slide that sort of maybe puts context to this. So there are 20 of these globally in the world. And their shortfall is, guess what? Education for sustainable development, because they have all the products, all the businesses, all the services that are headed to improve the well-being of countries, 3 to 4 billion people that live on the base of the pyramid. So, this is a slide that I developed, and it was for me, and it's like, Lizzie, what is this slide really addressing? Well, if you look at the bottom of it, it says we've got 7 billion people in the world. A lot of the work in some of the Central and American and certainly African and Asian American is dealing at this base of the pyramid. I was struck by Teresa and her work on traditional intercultural knowledge, building on indigenous. That's where this work for survival really is meaningful. So then you get into the issues of frontier and developing countries looking at malnutrition, literacy, all these issues. Well, then let's move up the pyramid. Some are in this middle of the pyramid, where you have India and China, right, that are trying to do the work, but they're maybe a bit different in the fact that they want access to services, not as much survival. And then you get to the Americas. And so we, as collectively, are at the top of the pyramid with the billion people. But my work today is at the base of the top of the pyramid. It's that, well, wait a minute, I thought all the base of the pyramid people were here. No. If we walked probably a little further than we've been today, we'd be in our inner city neighborhoods. We're right on that marginal level of poverty, marginalized citizens. And so the question really remains is we need to look at how do we build self-sustaining neighborhoods and cities. So my work has taken me to the base at the top of the pyramid. And if you go talk to our local residents, they talk about wellness. That's a term I haven't heard here. We've put quality of life out there, we've put wellness out there, but it doesn't mean the same to everybody. So Stuart Hart, who ran this network, asked if I would share Grand Rapids' story on how we are trying to move the needle at the base of the top of the pyramid. There were 200 there, and I was like, I felt uncomfortable being in the midst of having lunch with the Gates Foundation, the USAID. These are people I never talk with. But they wanted education because that's their weakness. They don't have that linkage. So the last piece I have in here is I was amazed. These are just their BOP learning labs in Central America. These are powerful, powerful networks that provide, over on the right-hand side, sustainable development across public, private, academic, and municipal sector. They're tying all of that together. They do a lot on social responsibility, a lot of social venture innovation, starting new businesses. Their focus areas are on sustainable enterprise. They have, interestingly enough, out of the work, it comes from the University of Vermont that I visited. And guess what we have here at RCE in Vermont, where Stuart Hart is located. You might be able to build on this network pretty quickly. So, They have solutions, their marketplace, their goods and services. So I called Stuart after the conference and I asked him, can we try something if you feel the opportunity and if the RCE network would like to try, is just to build with these 5 that are already in the Americas to see if we could actually raise the bar and build something mutually together. Because if you take the RCEs on ESD coupled with these that are moving products and goods and services with people like Unilever and all the major companies today, that might be something really interesting to see. So that was my thoughts on gifts before we really started to get going. I'll turn it back to you.
I just saw, was there a question or?
Would it be worthwhile not only in the list of what our challenges are, but to also say what our gifts are? Like to have a list of what do we also bring to the table?
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right, so we'll modify that question, and so we've got 2, we need to add, what are 2 gifts, right? 2 obstacles, 2 gifts for our homework. All right, okay. Was there any other questions?
So just as the discussion goes from today to tomorrow, if these, I have to look at somebody like yourself, Eloy, that says, gee, I'm in Curitiba, but they're right here in Sao Paulo. If that's a connection, then I would say yes, and then I would try to get the responsible RCEs and the lead. The microphone. Sorry. I just want to say, if this is of interest and we progress the discussions, what I would want to do is to try to get the contacts for the RCE, and I'll make those introductions into these BOP learning labs, which are basically what we've been talking about over the last 2 days. So that would come out of the discussions, but I would want the interest to be spoken by the RCE.
So I'd like to invite Mayor Hartwell to speak a bit about the agreement that was made in Lima and how you see that impacting our discussions tomorrow. No.
Well, okay, thank you, Roger. When we were together in Lima, we spent a fair amount of time as a group. Those of you who were there will recall drafting an agreement by which we might shape our future beyond the end of the decade for sustainable development. At that point, we had no clear vision, I think, for what the post-decadal work would look like, and we wanted to be sure that we were creating some structure for ourselves as the Americas that would allow us to continue working together, that would be a powerful platform for us to stand on. I'm not going to go through the agreement itself in detail, but I believe there were copies distributed so that you all have copies as a reminder. But let me focus on the commitment that we made to each other at that conference. Now granted, as Roger has indicated, we bumped into challenges finding a legal structure that could really work to make this a powerful institutional organization. But the commitments, nonetheless, I believe, are as valid today, if not more so, than they were at the time. We agreed to work together on mutually agreed upon future projects and share progress finding and resources and expertise that we developed. And so we said, we're going to find opportunities to work on projects that affect 2 or more of us. It might be a water project where we can share knowledge. We can share resources. It might be the, as we've talked about, the creation of a database for indigenous or traditional knowledge that we could all feed into on some kind of a platform that was readily accessible to everyone. It might be around questions of energy, or it might be around questions of community empowerment for low-income communities, marginalized communities, but we ought to look for ways that we could work together. And working together could mean a number of things. It could mean sharing ideas. It could mean sending delegations to work back and forth between communities. It could mean even jointly funded projects where there was grant funds that were developed that could be shared among some RCEs on a common grant objective. So we agreed to work on mutually agreed upon future projects. We also agreed to promote the participation of students and teachers in our future RCE events and meetings. I don't think we've done a real good job of that. Although we tried to model that a bit this morning with our students from Calvin College who were participating. We tried to model that a bit with the Kendall College of Art and Design students who really helped to shape this conference itself. But I want to encourage us all as we go back to keep that in mind. We want students to be involved in our future meetings and in our projects. And then to include one or more leaders from the private, governmental, non-governmental, or public sectors and other institutes and universities of the RCE area to attend our future meetings. So, all right, I'm the only government guy in the room, right? Now, as I talk to each one of you, it becomes clear that local governments are not actively engaged in the work of most of our RCEs. They should be. The resources that you represent as universities that you can contribute in your own community in the public policy arena are enormous. Business. We don't have business people around this table unless you happen as an outgrowth of your work with the university to have formed your own business ventures, but we're not bringing business in. That was a commitment that we made to each other, and I want to both remind us and encourage us that business is really important to have at the table. Roger, I don't know that I need to say anything more than that. We did look at, how do you create a new NGO that is an international NGO where partnership shares or common stock shares are owned by representatives in different countries. And we found that's extraordinarily complicated and was going to be very expensive to create. So I think this agreement is still valid, but it needs to be carried out in more of a virtual fashion, I think, than through a formal organization.
Thank you very much. That was very good. And again, if you want more homework, you each have a copy of that agreement. And for RCs that weren't formed yet at that time, I think it is worth reviewing that. Can any of you tell me how much time we have left for the session, or are we past? 10 minutes. We have 10 more minutes. I think one of the things Norman mentioned that I had gone quickly through this previous slide, and so I just want to put it back. Part of what we do as RCEs is very grounded work. and it's grounded in very specific initiatives. The kinds of things that we can do are things that nobody else is doing because we're connected to our communities and we can see opportunities that nobody else can see. And I kind of went through this slide quickly, but these in many ways are specific projects where people said, you know, these are things we're wanting to do and we're wanting to advance. And so for Stephen this morning talked about his interest in having an exchange visit program to RCE, Morrissey, Centre to Quebec, and he needed some help and feedback from other RCEs to participate in that type of a program. So I wonder if there are, if anybody would want to speak to any of these particular initiatives you can see from your RCE at this moment, since we have 10 more minutes, and just express if you've got specific needs in relation to these initiatives, or if there's an on-the-ground initiative that's not up here that you would like some feedback on. So would anybody like to just pinpoint any of these projects where you were wanting participation from some other RCs, since we have 10 minutes?
Well, Norman and I just put our heads together and said, why don't we take our Seeds of Promise project that I described in the first presentation and connect them with the Western Jalisco Citizen Empowerment Project. What if those two groups of low-income people, marginalized people, could be working together and imagine the sense of empowerment that would come with working internationally for those communities. Woo.
And I believe RCE Bogota too has a very strong citizen engagement project, if I was listening correctly. So, okay, so if we could, I don't know if somebody's taking some notes, but that would be very helpful. What about the exchange program initiative? I mean, so we'll be providing our feedback to you, Stephen, but other RCs, I know RCE Saskatchewan has an interest in having people visit, and I know Alberto Ortiz visited RCE Bogota to try and get a sense of what would be some of the things that other RCs would want if we did arrange some kind of an exchange. But are there other RCs who are interested in developing or their own kind of local visit program in addition to, so we've got RCE Quebec, Saskatchewan, in having people visit Curitiba? Okay, so we've got that.
I'm not sure if this is the case in each of the countries, but this was an example that internationally the State Department of the United States, they can't really do very many domestic projects, right? But they do fund exchange programs. So if you can connect in through state departments or whatever the titles are for you, also embassies and Rotary International, but specifically the State Department said that's their focus and they like to do those kinds of exchange programs. I hadn't even thought about them as a resource with that.
Very good. How about the Living Laboratories project? Again, we're interested in doing eco-museums in RCE Saskatchewan. We'd be interested in learning from other RCEs that have those place-based projects that look at heritage and ecological uniqueness or distinctiveness. But it might be interested in mapping. Like, I mean, I think that would be a very interesting map of, I know RC Guatemala also talked about those types of projects. Did you want to speak? Would you like to speak?
We have been doing for the last 3 years connecting exchange program and living laboratory because of the Green Office program we have. So we receive people from different countries, because we in the university have some with German, France, Portugal, some African programs. You have received students from Colombia as well. So connected, I think. People want to come because of the living laboratory. So it's exchange. The living laboratory stimulates the exchange program.
Yes, and we're finding the people who are working on our local eco museums would be the ones who would be doing the tours and visits.
There, I believe there's an eco-museum type of institution that is active in our region, and but they're doing their things on their own. I think it might be interesting to link that eco-museum with your eco-museums.
Okay.
I've never talked to her about it, the lead, the director. I'll look into it.
Very good.
The second one as well, we have been talking with Salvador, and probably others also have the interest, because we intend to set up a program for education based on the diploma, international diploma, which his university, my university, even other universities in South America could be involved with. I don't know, the language could be a problem for people from the United States, I don't know, because Spanish language would be more the general language, you say. But there is potential for that, because he's going on one project, and that I have the same project. So trying now to see how this can happen.
And RCE Lima has their project, their diploma as well.
The idea of the diploma in, for example, in RCE Jalisco is to involve all the RCE of Americas, not only in Spanish. We have the idea to involve people from Canada and the United States, because I think it's very important to develop in Spanish and in English. Today, I talked with Eloy because we have a lot of lines to develop together. With Colombia too, and Bogota, and Lima, Callao, because we identify the same in the same context to help us. But I recognize you have other experience that can to adopt our reality. Maybe we don't have money, but we have some creativity, and maybe we can develop the same project but our context. Yeah. We have a nice and beautiful experience in Bogota. Alberto Ortiz works in Saskatchewan RCs. This is beautiful and nice experience because Alberto speaks really in Spanish and was very useful all the experience that we'll live our experience in Colombia and inspire people of different of the universities in Colombia, not only people of the RCE, other people, other communities, not only RCEs. The people are very Hispanic to be part of the RCE in Colombia. In the morning I talked with Graciela. I invite Graciela to come to Mexico. She is from República Dominicana. She is here. He come help us to translation or in some activities in interpretation. For example, when I think if some people come with us, like Graciela, I invite Graciela to my radio and my program on the radio to speak how is Michigan, how is Grand Rapids, how is the environmental projects here. And imagine how the people receive all this information and talk with your son-in-law, with Ryan, the same thing. He's moved students from Costa Rica, and is another way to develop exchange with the students and teachers. We start the exchange ambassadors for students from Wisconsin, teacher and student from Wisconsin. We started this project in 1997, and it's going. This is another way to do it. With you and you, we have a hands-on way. We have a big opportunities to share the things. Thank you.
So maybe as we transition to tomorrow, thinking about, I mean, our RCEs, what is our expertise? Our expertise is knowing who are the people on the ground who have this knowledge and who we could bring in a way that nobody else is collecting. We're gathering that connectivity. So in terms of profiling our uniqueness, and actually the fact that we get things done on the ground is another key element. So think about these strategic opportunities that we have that we're pushing for, and how that might fit in to some of the questions that we're looking at. And the other thing too, as follow-up from this session, even if we don't get them into the questions tomorrow, we should be having some conference calls on very specific items that we've listed here. I believe we're at 5 o'clock to move on. Chuck, is this a quick? Okay, it'll be quick.
Very good. Thanks. Just as I said, we can think geographically in the Americas, or we can think thematically. RCE Tongyang in Korea is really interested. They've built a facility, it's about a $25 million facility that runs courses for 50 people, and they would have some funding to have subsidized. So we can think Trans-Pacific, we are all on the Pacific, pretty well all our countries, so we can think Asia Pacific, just think in different ways. Sorry, thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, Roger, Norman, Deborah, Philip, everybody, thank you very much. Good input, good thinking. And now we're going to move into our last presentation for the day, one that I think you're going to find very, very interesting. I've given you a couple of little teasers along the way as we've talked about the Grand River, and that we've talked about the fact that the Grand Rapids are missing from the Grand River. And we've talked about how polluted it was at one point in time, and how we've invested in cleaning up that water. I'm going to bring forth now Wendy Ogilvie with our Grand Valley Metropolitan Council. Wendy has responsibility for managing the work of around the restoration of the rapids in the Grand River. And as I say, I think you're going to find this very interesting. I'd also like to, not that she's going to speak, although you're always welcome to, Ellen, but I'd like you to say hello to Ellen Satterley. Ellen is with the Wegge Foundation here in Grand Rapids, and Peter Wegge, who is deceased now, was one of our great philanthropists, especially in environmental matters, not only here in Grand Rapids and in West Michigan and in the United States, but literally throughout the world. Hundreds of millions of dollars that have been invested through the Wegge generosity. So Ellen runs that foundation, and Ellen is very much a part of our river project, and we're delighted to have you here with us as well, Ellen. Wendy, we've got translation, simultaneous translation into Spanish going on, so if you could pace your delivery speed so that the translators can keep up with you. And if you can both use this microphone and stay close enough to these two, because we're live streaming this all over the world. Not that there's any pressure on you, but there are millions of people watching this, even as we speak. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Wendy Ogilvie.
Thank you, Mayor. Just need to get it loaded, so I'll just sort of chat for a while. Thanks for sticking around. I know the last presentation is always tough, but I've heard that you have been walking over and across and seen the river in various parts of the day, so maybe this will tie it all together. And let me just finish getting this. This is a Prezi, so it's all online, so it might take a minute. So we are trying to bring back the rapids. Hopefully this won't take too long. As you can say, it is Grand Rapids. You came to Grand Rapids. You were probably pretty excited to come see the rapids. In the 1800s, they were wondering that too. So it's been a long time since we've had rapids. And is there another technical person in this room that could maybe help get this going? So I'll just go ahead and start. I kind of know what's on it. So this project really started the city of Grand Rapids was updating their master plan. They really wanted to incorporate some green infrastructure and some more responsible and innovative management of stormwater and different ways to get their parks more greener and more accessible to the public. So they redid their, oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. So they decided to redo their master plan and called it Green Grand Rapids. And it was really to incorporate green infrastructure into their parks system. Part of that, they looked at different topics, and they looked at how do we incorporate more bicycles into the community? How do we incorporate a better tree canopy? And one of them was to activate the river. So how are we going to do that? For many, many decades, almost a century, we've been turning our backs to the river and sort of not valuing it as we could. So how are we going to activate the river and turn it into a valuable asset? So the city said, well, somebody step up and do it. And so two people did over a beer at Founders. I don't know if you've been there yet or not, one of our local breweries, but just over a beer, they said, well, let's do it. Let's bring the rapids back to the river. And so they came back a couple years later with this initiative kind of going off the ground, and the city said, wow, you really did that. So it's been many years since we've been working on this. Can you hear me a little bit better now? Okay, sorry. It's been many years. So during that time, Grand Rapids Whitewater was formed, and then they had hired an engineer out of Colorado. It's river restoration engineering, and they worked with some of the local engineering firms. So they're looking at the designs now. So of course the city is very involved, and as the mayor said, Grand Valley Metro Council is involved to get more of the local communities involved and see this as really a regional project. One of the exciting things that has happened in the past few years is this location has been designated as an Urban Waters Federal Partnership. And what that means is that 14 federal agencies, will get together and work on one project together. So it's not just having the support of one of the agencies, it's actually pooling their resources, not necessarily funding, but their resources and their technical expertise to focus on this location and help us get the rapids back into the river. There are a few sites in the Great Lakes, but this is the only one in Michigan. So people do come here and say, where are the rapids? And back in 1913, they were saying that as well. There's a similar geography up in the Upper Peninsula, up at the St. Mary's River up north. We kind of think that maybe the rapids used to look like that. So sometimes we look at that river as somewhat of a model for us to look at. But way back then, they were asking that question. So what did happen? We had to kind of look into and do some discovery, and there's a lot of mystery around it. But Grand Rapids has a lot of architecture and a lot of art that mimics our rapids that we don't have. So we have the convention center that looks like a wave. We have the Van Andel Institute that looks like cascading. We have the fish ladder, which is a work of art that was commissioned right at the dam. And the La Grande Vitesse, which is on our Calder Plaza, it's been translated as moving waters. And as you walk around it, you can see different shapes of it, kind of the way water moves. So there's been, in fact, many of these architects said that they wanted to mimic our rapids, and they had never visited Grand Rapids, obviously. So, but there's a lot of reference to our rapids, so a lot of support for that. We don't have any photographs of what the rapids used to look like, but we do have some descriptions of it. And this is what the village of Kent, which is really Grand Rapids, what they had proposed. It didn't look like this, and it's not called the village of Kent. So, but this was the only sort of drawing or depiction that we have of the rapids. And some descriptions of before the river was changed by the work of man, the rapids had a nearly uniform descent for about a mile, sufficient to give a decided, turbulent, and wild appearance to the waters, and to make a noise that broke the stillness of the forest and echoed from the neighboring hills. So they really sound magnificent, don't they? So this is what we were trying to recapture. As I said, back in the early days, so we kind of wanted to figure out, well, why did they disappear? Where are the rapids and what happened? So I don't know if many of you, if you were at the Public Museum, you might have seen some references to Grand Rapids as the furniture capital of the world. And there were many, many factories and mills along the river, but they had to get the wood to those factories. So they used the rivers as the transportation to get the logs down to Grand Rapids. And so it was a very, very robust logging industry that we had here. But they would get hung up on the rapids. And so originally they dammed up the river so they would drown out the rapids so the logs float down into the city. And they dug canals and various ways to get it to the factories. So you can kind of see up there where the dam is and some of those booms that would take the logs to either side of the river. So and then they decided, well, there's lots of wonderful bedrock here, so let's dig it up and build the city. The buildings that you can see around the city have some of that bedrock that was actually in the riverbed. So it's been drowned out, it's been dredged. What else did they do? They also had some flooding issues, so they started to wall off the river. And I'm sure as you've been walking up and down the river, you've seen some of our flood walls, which we're now just calling flood protection because we don't want to build any more walls along the river. But back then they were still trying to protect themselves from the river. So again, turning their backs on the river, not really embracing it. It was also used for transportation. I think you are headed out to Grand Haven tomorrow, right along the lakeshore. So there needed to be a way to get from Grand Haven to Grand Rapids. And so there was ferries that went along. So it was used for transportation and also a little bit for power for those factories. It was never a high enough dam with enough power behind it to really power a lot, but they did power a few of the industries and maybe a few lights on the bridges, from what we've heard. So when they did build the dam that you see there today, it was starting to deteriorate back in the early 1900s. And so the city held some contracts to improve the dam. And so they encased it in the concrete cap that you see there today. But this was one of the discoveries, because no one knew who owned the dam when we started this. Our Department of Natural Resources thought the city owned it. The city thought the Department of Natural Resources owned it. It had never been inspected. So no one really knew who owned the dam. No one really wanted to claim it either, as the mayor is indicating there. So the only reason that the city has now claimed it is because they held the contracts for the construction of this capping of the dam. But once they built this dam, it was about an 8-foot height of the dam. And when they built the dam, it lowered the water beneath the dam. And back in that day, they were using the river as a sewer. There weren't any municipal sewer systems, so where does the waste go? It goes in the river. So when they dried out the bottom of the river on the other side of the dam, it became pretty stinky. So they said, well, maybe we need to build more dams. And so they built 4 more beautification dams to just pond up the water behind them, so it would at least cover the riverbed, and so it would cover the stink of it. So now we have 5 low-head dams in the river. So it's really a pond connected to a pond, connected to a pond, and none of them are really serving any function at this point. So this was probably what it looked like when the river was dammed up. So now you can see the river is covered with the water. It does cover it up, but we don't use it as a sewer anymore. And the mayor was able to announce just last week that the city has 100% separated their storm sewers from their sanitary sewers, so there's no chance of those overflows happening when big, big rains occur. So all the storm water is not going into the sanitary system. So we don't have that problem anymore. It's a clean river. It's much, much cleaner than it used to be 20 years ago. Which is a good thing, because we don't want to be encouraging people to get in the river and recreate in the river and do these wonderful things in the river if it's not a clean river. And so there's lots of efforts, and I think you've heard some of those that are going on to make it a cleaner river. So when we first started, we thought that one of our very big limitations was we can't take out that big dam because there's tons and tons of toxic sediments behind that dam. And in most cities, there is. So that was one of our constraints. But then we said, well, has anyone ever tested it? Do we even know what's behind the dam? And we didn't know. So we did do some research. So basically, the project scope went from the face of the dam down to about just Fulton, which is about a half a mile downstream. It went from that much of a scope to now we can look at the entire reach throughout the city. We're looking at the northern end, which is Riverside Park, which is a very large, beautiful park along the river on the north end, all the way down to Millennium Park. It's expanded quite a bit, but that's the whole point of making it a regional project and having it accessible to more than just a small portion of our area. So the other discoveries, we really didn't know much about the river. It hadn't been studied very much. And so we wanted to find out about the rapids, what about the river, what was interesting about the river. So you can't just go put rapids in anywhere. You can't go to the Kalamazoo River. You can't go to many other rivers. But in the Grand River, from Ann Street, which is about a mile upstream, down to Fulton Street, which is maybe a mile downstream, there's 18 feet of drop in the river. Now, if you go from Fulton Street 40 miles down to Lake Michigan, which I think you're going to go into Lake Michigan as well, there's only 4 feet of drop. So this is Michigan's flat, if you've noticed, pretty flat state, but this is a significant drop in any river system that we have. So it's a very rare and unique opportunity that we have. And what makes that is the geology of this area. You can see the red ring around some of the geology there. It's the Bayport limestone. And it just happens to be, there's an outcrop of this limestone that hits the Michigan Formation, and it's right at that point where the rapids occur. So again, as you can see, there's not much in the area. It is a unique situation. And so this bedrock river also provides this shelf that's just upstream from here, which you'll find out why is very important to some of the native fish species that we have here. So it wasn't without controversy. Some people just don't like change and don't want to see some historical things change. But we've been working with all of the stakeholders in the community and really trying to have them see the bigger picture and how the changes can really benefit everyone, the environment, on the economics, and also the social issues that we have. Because one of the main things with the dams are the safety. Low-head dams create a very, very dangerous hydraulic at the base of the dam. And if you go over that dam, you get stuck, and they call them drowning machines, because you just get stuck in this wave down there. And unfortunately, we have had a few accidents that have cost some lives down there. So it is a safety issue. A lot of people like to go in the river to fish because we have wonderful migration of steelhead up the river. So there's many, many fishermen, but it's a dangerous place. And so when you're coming downstream, because the dams are so linear, you can't even see them until you're right on top of them. And that also creates a very dangerous situation. We do have a fish ladder, which is a work of art. It was commissioned in 1974 for the city. It's been incorporated into the dam so that jumping fish, like the trout and the steelhead, can get up the river and pass up the river. But many, many of our other native species, such as sturgeon and walleye, they can't get past that. They can't jump and navigate the fish ladder. So part of incorporating some of that culture that's important to the city, maintaining that within the new designs was very important. I talked about that toxic sediment behind the dam. So we wanted to study it and what was behind that. So we were able to take many sample points, and really the only thing that was somewhat above any standards was arsenic. And in Michigan, that's a very, very common element that's found in our rivers. So that was really good news, and that's what made us be able to open up this project to look upstream and be able to start looking at a much bigger scope of redoing the dam and bringing the rapids back. So I talked a little bit about the fish and sturgeon. If anyone has seen a sturgeon, they're native to this area. They can grow up to 10 feet, 800 pounds. They're really magnificent fish. They used to be so thick in the river that you could walk across the backs of them. That's one of the historical accounts of how thick the sturgeon were. In fact, they were a nuisance. They used to take them out, dry them like this, and throw them into their ships for fuel because they're so high in oil. Well, now they're a state-threatened species, and they're very particular to their river system. So you can't take sturgeon that are reared in the Muskegon River or any other river and have them thrive in the Grand River. And so there's a diminishing population. We would like to see that thrive again. And by doing that, exposing that bedrock, that's their original spawning ground, which is above the dam right now. So that's another reason to be able to take the dam out, give them that passage upstream to that bedrock. That's one of the ones that was caught in the Grand River and returned. They didn't take it. The other interesting thing that we found in the river is a federally endangered species of the snuffbox mussel. And this is good news that it's clean enough now that they actually found some of these mussels. It's a little bit more of a challenging situation now because it does involve much more detailed documentation of some of the impacts and the environmental impacts it will have with this project. But it was exciting, and they found actually upstream at the next dam and toward Lansing a huge population of these snuffbox mussels. So they can thrive in this river system. And one of the interesting things is that right now, the image on the right shows the variation of the flows and the habitats that are in the river right now. As you can see, there's not much. It's pretty uniform throughout the entire channel. But the image on the left, with the proposed changes that we're making into the river, you can see it's introducing many more variations of flow and opportunities for habitat. So that's one of the positive things that we'll be able to say in talking about this endangered species. The snuffbox mussel, how are we doing on time? Do we have time for
7 minutes.
7 minutes. Okay, I'll be really quick because this is a fun video. Snuffbox mussel, we call them biological rocks because they just kind of sit there and they don't do much, but they have this relationship with log perch. And maybe I can get it to go. So they need log perch to propagate. Is it gonna go? Maybe I'll just go on. So anyway, they need a log perch. The log perch swim and flip up the mussels thinking that they're rocks. And the mussel grabs hold of the log perch nose. And as it's hanging on, the eggs are going into the fish gills. And then they let go and the fish swim upstream and drop the eggs of the mussel. And so we need habitat for all of these species. So by restoring the 47 acres that we would be able to do with the boulders and put back some of that substrate and boulders into the system, we'll be able to provide that type of habitat. But there's another issue with the dam. You saw that Save the Dam. I've talked about, well, there's not a lot of purpose to those dams anymore, except for one thing. And we have the invasive species, the sea lamprey. If anyone's ever seen a sea lamprey, you don't want them in your system. There are some native species, but there is an invasive sea lamprey that got into our systems through ballast water. So the dam that we have here is the lowermost dam of this river system. So removing this dam could expose the rest of this whole system to the invasive species, which is a lot of river miles, as you can see here. So this is sort of what the lamprey looks like, but it's also, not only could it impact our fisheries, but we also have a very, very strong charter fishing and commercial fishing operation out in the lake. And if you take visitors from, out of the state, out of the country to our Great Lakes for fishing, you really don't want to pull up some of these fish that have these lamprey hanging on them. So it is an economic concern as well. So one of the challenges is to devise another type of barrier. So if we remove this dam, we can expose that historic habitat to the sturgeon with the bedrock, but then we'd have to build another barrier for keeping the sea lamprey out of the rest of the river system and provide fish passage for all those fish that we do want to pass. So how do we do that? Right now, these are the requirements for a lamprey barrier from our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There has to be an 18-inch difference of height because they're weak swimmers, they can't jump up that. They have to have a lip because they move by a sucking motion of their mouth, but they can't do it upside down. So at a 10-year flood event, so when the river is at the river stage of a 10-year flow, you have to maintain that 18-inch difference. But right now, what this shows is a proposed adjustable barrier. And right now, it's kind of superimposed on the existing dam. You can see the outline of the concrete dam. So right now, the dam does not meet those standards that are put forth from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So, but the barrier that is going to be built will meet the standards. So even though there's not a lot of lamprey upstream right now, we certainly don't want to be the ones to introduce them to the rest of the river system. So we'll be working on the design of this right now. So we're working with all the federal agencies, Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to try to figure out how this can be designed because it really hasn't been done before. If anyone's done something like this, please let me know because we're open to suggestions. But it's been that's been the biggest challenge to date. One other option that we have with this adjustable barrier is that just upstream of this is the Grand River is very straight and actually can meet national standards for rowing. And so we just, this next summer, we're going to have the Masters Nationals, I think, come to the city. And if the flows could be a little bit more maintained and predictable, then it could also meet international standards. And so bringing the international regatta to the city could have a huge impact on some of the economics in the local economy. So with that adjustable barrier, there could be a chance of somewhat regulating those flows and depths of the water to have that for rowing. Because outdoor recreation certainly brings a huge economic benefit, but also just a quality of life and an opportunity for people to embrace some of their natural resources. We did an economic impact study, and this project right now is estimated at about 33 million, but just with recreation alone, they estimated it would bring back 15 to 19 million annually. So it's a pretty good turnaround for that kind of investment. And that's not even including all of the river edge improvements that could be made and some of the local jobs and all the things that could be a spin-off of this project. So we've done a lot of studies. This is just kind of a handful of the studies. We're doing the alternatives analysis right now to try to get ready to submit a permit to the state. And we learned a lot about the river. And I don't know what that one said. So one of the big important parts of this is really the community engagement. So trying to get all of the stakeholders that are involved and maybe impacted or affected by this project, really having them be involved and having them understand how they can help with the designs and what they would want to see in the river. So we've had a broad cross-section of representation on the many committees that we have. So these are the project goals: to really restore the rapids for everyone, to improve the habitat and connectivity of the river, and then to create opportunities and really try to bring everyone in the city back to the river. So right now, I think you've had some meetings at the Amway, and if you looked out the window, you would see this, but maybe you could see this. And again, at the Bridgewater Towers where the condos are, it kind of looks like this right now, but it could look like this, which is pretty exciting. So I don't know if we have any time for questions, but I think I made it within that's 6 years of project in 30 minutes.
Wendy, thank you very much. Well, thank you. You've been sort of a guiding light for this project. I think we've got time for maybe 1 or 2 quick questions, if there are. Yes, okay. Steven?
I'm just wondering if there's any other invasive species within the river system.
Invasive? Of course, everyone's worried about the Asian carp. They're not here in the Great Lakes yet, but the agencies have, there's not much you can do to manage for that, and in 5 years there could be something completely different that we don't know about. So the thing that they strive for all designs is adaptive management, so they can, they don't want us to design anything for one species. So, but we don't know of any other invasive species. Well, there's round goby. There's other ones within the Great Lakes, but as far as in the Grand River, there really aren't many others that are of concern right now.
I think the round goby has proved to be a good feed source for smallmouth bass. So there's some of those invasives that have been beneficial, I suppose. Any other questions? Yes.
Simple question, how is it being paid for?
Well, that's an easy one, yeah. We have tried to focus our attention on a third federal, a third state, and a third from the private community. So we're working on those goals. There's an opportunity with some funding sources through grants and some of the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funding that could be available. And we have very generous local foundations and donations that have been raised.
I think we basically can point to $5 million that's been raised already from the private sector. We're working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on an be about $10 million, trying to put those pieces together, but the project likely won't start construction until the spring or summer of 2017. That's our goal right now. So there's still engineering and design work. There's still permitting that has to be done, and then raising the balance of the funds. Thanks for the question. Wendy, thank you very much. Again, thanks to Wendy Goldberg. Let's see, is Gail out in the hallway? Gail, are you out in the hallway? No. So I think what the plan now is to give you just a few minutes to refresh before we go to dinner. It's 5:30 now. Dinner is at 6:30. Dinner is at the City Flats Ballroom, which is just about a block and a half from your hotel, right up that Monroe Center Street that angles by Rosa Parks, that goes by the art museum that you visited yesterday. It's in the block just beyond the art museum, City Flats. So I think this gives you a little chance to get back to the hotel, get freshed up, take a deep breath. I think we've got a fascinating dinner speaker tonight. It's going to be a great dinner in a beautiful restored ballroom in Grand Rapids, second-story ballroom. And our speaker, John Austin, whom I'll introduce this evening, has really released a very, very interesting report on the economic impact of water in the state of Michigan. And I know you'll find John to be a very interesting speaker. So we're concluded here, and we'll see you all at City Flats Ballroom at 6:30. Any questions? Okay, good, thank you. Cool. In that same block, there's a public parking lot. So you can, where are you?